Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Sparkling Tuna Cup number 103. I'm of course your VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the ByuN chats, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, welcome, one all. Bienvenidos, and a big shout out as well to a dog wearing shades in the chat. Ga, papi, ga. Ay, 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 papi, ay, ay. For the 5 gifted subs for all the we're gonna get all the alerts, papi, all alerts. For the 5 gifted subs to the community, thank you so much for the support as we are jumping into our first series of the broadcast. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look back yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, the bracket is ready. And we're jumping in. And we are jumping. Sorry, I'm just dying. And we're jumping in and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak. We have the teal Protoss player. We have the teal Protoss representing Team Starcom. It is Ashbringer. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Ukrainian random player rolling and landing as Protoss. It is Hacker is Tough. For Team Hokago T-Team. Let's go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our initial PvP. Let's go. Let us go. Ashbringer is a sight to see, by the way. If you know anything about StarCraft as of late, you'll know that Ashbringer has been MIA for a very long time. It has been, what, almost 2 years? I want to say over a year. It's been over a year since he's been an active player. He has been playing every now and then in like a Brathok tournament or in like a regional tournament sort of thing. But when it comes to Open Cup and a big open online tournament representation, Ashbringer's been gone. To be fair, Ashbringer and Extra Striker as well, like they both did kind of like disappear. They both took a bit of a step back away from the game. But great to see Ashbringer once again playing in the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Fun fact, let me just double check here. The last Sparkling Tuna Cup that Ashbringer did play in was in 2024. Was that Sparkling Tuna Cup number 50? Oh, so over 50 Tuna Cup. We're at 103 right now, by the way. So over 50 Tuna Cups ago, Ashbringer did compete. Again, that was quite some time ago. Sorry, I said 50. 51. There we go. 51 was the last one he competed in. It's been a while. It's been over 50 tournaments. But here we go. Oh, it's like he never left. Proxy Robo. Proxy Robo versus Proxy Robo. Give us a Spider-Man meme, as we are going to be going for the same opener, the same build. If you remember, Ashbringer infamously in PvP, he would exclusively go Proxy Robo. Almost exclusively Proxy Robo. So last, that is something that Ashbringer was known for. Hacker's Top is going for the same. We did have initially 2 gate openers, Double Stalker from our 2 players as a follow-up here. Going to be Double Stalker after the initial Double Stalker that we had from Ashbringer. Oh, sorry, it was Double Adept into Double Stalker from Ashbringer. Meanwhile, Double Stalker into more Stalkers from Hacker's Top. So our blue Protoss player here has the Mass Stalker. Meanwhile, Ashbringer has a couple of Adepts sprinkled in, and both players are going for the Observer. Wait, what? Wait, what? Proxy Observer? This is okay. I'm a little bit confused. Proxy Observer first means we're going to be delaying the Immortal, bearing in mind that this Immortal is pretty far away. Like, this is a very far away proxy here for Ashbringer, compared to where his opponent has spawned in, so it's going to take quite some time to get across the map. Crazy to go Observer first, but okay, let him cook, papi, let him cook. As Hacker's Top, he's just prioritizing his own Immortal production. Already has his first, soon to be moving out. Ashbringer's being cleaned up. And he's aware that something's wrong. He sees it, the tech is missing, he knows. At this point, he should know that Nolan is coming. He's got a couple of sentries. And if Hacker's Top attempts to go up the ramp, then he will be force fielded. Ashbringer, he's ready. He's ready here at the ramp. Ready with the sentries. Shield batteries on the way. Second pylon to keep everything powered. And Hacker's Top, he goes double Immortal into a War Prism. So with that, he can reinforce, he can juggle, he can save his units. It means that he'll have an answer to the force fields. True. We'll have an answer. Brings him into the main. Ashbringer going in with 1 Immortal and 2 Adepts. That's why this is hitting earlier. Proxy's been found. Uh-oh. Okay, the Proxy has been found. Dropping to the main base, does force a recall. Interesting, he does force a recall, but I'm not so sure he can save his Robo. Okay, you can see Hacker Stop, he's making a beeline for the Robo. Ashbringer breaking down. As he moves down to low ground. We should be able to save the Immortal. As we can even reinforce. Okay, we have reinforcements on the way coming from the right-hand side. Can we sandwich the army? Ashbringer was tied up from the pylon. Instead, it's going to be Ashbringer getting his hands on the Proxy. We can go for the Robo. Yeah, you can just go for it. Wait, what? Hagrasov, where are we? Ooh, he's stuck at home. He's stuck at home. This army is out of position. Ay, ay, ay. The Robo's going to go down. And Ashbringer, he's making this work. He may lose his own Robo, true, but again, he gets 3 pylons. 2 pylons here. There's a 3rd pylon further back. So 3 pylons, the Robo, a gateway. Ashbringer's in a better position. Behind this, going for another Robo back at home. Likewise, so is Hacker's Top. Both players rebuilding their Robos. Ashbringer's moving out with his own drop. Over the Tuna. Over the Tuna. Moving in. He does hit the mineral line. Hacker's still late to respond. And he'll lose a couple of probes. Both players are expanding. Do we turn this into a regular game? Is that what's happening right now? Do we open up Proxy Robo versus Proxy Robo? We deflect each other and then somehow we just end up in a macro game? That's what's happening. Yes, Stargate for Ashbringer, Bay for Hacker's Top. Ooh, okay. So couple of things here. Has the Bay been scouted? It has. Okay, so Ashbringer, he scouts the Bay, even going for the Archosis pylon. It's 1 more volley. Pylon goes down. Ashbringer does pull away. But he's aware of the Bay, which means he knows that Disruptors are going to be in production. Again, this is the Bay specifically for Disruptor production, or at least it should be. If it is for Disruptors, going Stargate into Phoenix would be a hard counter. Like, Phoenixes are a good response, a very strong response, I should say, to Disruptors. Server first. There we go. Disruptors on the way. Cancel the Observer. And here comes the Phoenix. And again, we're making the Phoenix because Ashbringer scouted the Bay. He knows. He knows what's coming his way. So here come the Phoenixes. Ashbringer is making just a superior composition at the moment. Hallucination confirms that it is going to be Disruptors. There's a slim chance it would have been Colossus or something. Could have been something crazy, but no. He's going for the bait. Predictions broke? Do they not open up? Let's double check. I will double check. Try again. Yeah, predictions, they didn't open. There we go. So my apologies, but if you're in the chat, if you tried to predict earlier, I do apologize, but predictions should now be open. So now you can gamble. Sorry, I just had to do it a couple of times. where the game is slowing down. I mean, at this state, when it comes to the game state here, I mean, Ashbringer, he is in a better position. He's got how many? He's got 5 Phoenixes already. He is moving out. Things are looking better here for Ashbringer. But it still comes down to the engage, right? On the one hand, sure, these Phoenixes, they could completely shut down the Robos, the Disruptors, the Immortals, the Robo Production, the Robo Units. Or we could see his opponent try to get a better angle. Speaking of, yeah, we just lived. Prism goes down, Immortals go down, Disruptors go down as well. Well, technically they go up. They do go up, and again, there's just not enough here. Ashbringer, he will overwhelm. Phoenixes do fall. Novas, up! They do take down the shields, but that's all they do. Yeah, just not enough Novas. There's not enough behind this either. There's not enough support. Water Mortal goes down. He's getting it too. Ashbringer, we got to move in. There's some miscontrol here out of Ashbringer, but at the same time, he gets into the main. He gets into the main base. That's where the Prism was. Which means these Immortals are exposed. So Ashbringer, he cannot save these units. And it's going to be a messy fight for Ashbringer, but he gets the mineral line, he resets the army. And he should be able to keep warping in. GG gets called as Ashbringer takes game at number 1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Ashbringer takes the lead in the series. Again, a very intense game 1 as both players did open up with the exact same build, but they did execute in a slightly different way. In the end, Ashbringer was able to catch Hacker's Top out of position, was able to force some big reactions. If you remember, Ashbringer went for an earlier drop into the main base of Hacker's Top. Why was it earlier? Because he went with a singular Immortal and 2 Adepts, not with double Immortal. So he didn't wait for another Immortal. He went earlier than that instead. So he hit first, he forced a recall, which means the proxy was exposed, and Ashbringer just tore Hacker's Top apart. GG. GG, well played. The game somewhat stabilized when both players took their natural bases, true, but we saw another big divergence when we saw Hacker's Top getting scouted. When we saw him trying to make a Hail Mary play going into the Bay, going into Disruptors, but getting scattered immediately, and Ashbringer did respond correctly by going into his Phoenixes. So GG, well played. With that, Ashbringer does take the lead in the series, and now we're getting into game at number 2. Getting into game 2, we're loading into Incorporeal. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the Teal Protoss player, the Teal Protoss himself, representing Team Snarkom, leading the series 1-0. It is Ashbringer. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Ukrainian random player, this time landing on Zerg. For her KT team, it is Hacker is Top. Go. As we are settling into our next game. And we have a pull first opener out of our Zerg player. Now, as a reminder, for those who maybe haven't seen Hacker's Top before, he's a random player, but he does nothing but cheese. He does nothing but cheese, nothing but all-ins. Last game, that's why we saw the proxy Robo into an attempted one-base all-in. He was forced to expand, but that was not the initial plan. Here, similarly, pull gas delayed hatchery here. So this is a very aggressive build. Early gas income, early spawning pool means we can go for an early Roach Warren. So this can lead into early Roaches, it can lead into early Link Speed, it can lead into early Baneliness. We'll see when we pull out of gas, if at all. If he gets 100 gas and pulls out, maybe it's just a Link Flood. If he stays in gas, if he gets Link Speed, then we can see a Baneliness. Otherwise, we can just go straight for the Warren. So Link's reproduction. Likewise, Ashbringer, he scouts with the probe, so he sees how late the hatchery is. So based on the timings, he's aware that something is wrong. He's aware that the gas and pool were earlier, and he will scout the Zerglings. He's going in for a further scout, and he will not get further in. As we can see here, Link Speed is on the way, and we're still mining gas. So there's a high chance here that this is going to be a Bane bust. That this gas is going to be spent elsewhere. Speaking of, do we go for the Baneliness or the Roach one? There it is. The Baneliness is on the way. Here comes the Bane bust. Now, this could have been scattered, but as we saw, Ashbringer, he didn't get close enough to see whether or not the spawning pool was researching, and he didn't get to see whether or not there was still gas being mined. He was killed just barely out of vision, just barely out of range. So Ashbringer, he is working with incomplete information. For all he knows, there could be a Roach Warren. Like, there could be Link Speed, or maybe only Link Speed, and then maybe Hackerstop is droning from there. Ashbringer trying to piece it all together. So we have the Bane Bus being set up. Now, bearing in mind that we can see Ashbringer just reacting quite hard to this. He's throwing down shield batteries, more shield batteries, secondary pylons as well. He has a sentry, he has force fields available. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Ashbringer. He is looking heavily fortified, even getting another shield battery. And Hackerstop, he actually shows his hand, he shows the Link Bane, and he drones. He drones up behind this, so bold move by Hackerstop. He's trying to force an overreaction, but at the same time, it's an expensive overreaction because he did invest into the Bane Nest, he did invest into excess gas, he did invest and he did delay his own expansions, so there's a bit of a give and take here. On the one hand, we can see that, Jesus, Ashbringer, he's getting ready for an all-in that is no longer coming, true, but Hackerstop, he delayed his own economy to get all this early tech and get all this early aggression. So now we're trying to stabilize, now we're trying to macro out of this. Hackerstop has a ways to go. Ashbringer likewise has a ways to go as well, because this is, oh gee, he even got a fifth shield battery. Oh my god. 5 shield batteries. Like this was a big reaction, true. It was huge. And all these buildings, they're not really doing anything. They're not really worth it. So, this could have been an expansion. Could have been a third. All those shield batteries and the pylon could have been a third base. We could have been working towards 3 base saturation. We could have been teching up as well. So, again, it's going to be a bit of a weird game state coming into the mid game here. Just because our players are not where they otherwise would need to be. Or would be. I do like this move out, though. I do like this move out from Ashbringer. I mean, he has an army to work with. There's a high chance that Hackerstop is droning, and he has been. He's building up a little bit of Ling Bane. But with some solid force fields, Ashbringer, he should not lose this army. We'll see. So far, diving on the Queen. Queen is going down. Behind this, Ashbringer is taking up into Colossus on 2 bases. Still is yet to expand. Roach Warren is now done. And Ashbringer, if he can snipe this base and recoil without losing anything, I mean, that will be worth it. Spots the roaches. Spot the roaches. Takes down the expansion. There's the recoil. There's the recoil back home. Looks like he might... Oh, he doesn't lose anything. Nice snipe here from Ashbringer. Able to make use of that army. Behind this, Hackerstop is on 2 base saturation. Oh, he's taking up into Hydras. Okay, are we going into 2 base lurker? We've seen that before from Hackerstop. Like, it has happened. Interesting. Attempted scout into the main. Cancels the Hydra and going for the Spire. We're a little bit indecisive, but okay. Going for the Spire. Meanwhile, we have 2 base Colossus. I mean, Muta's Spire tech would be amazing against 2 base Colossus if this was a little bit earlier, and if Hackerstop actually had a 3 base economy. So currently, I give the edge to Ashbringer if he can engage before the Mutas really hit the field. Because the anti-air is very lackluster here for Ashbringer. Remember, he has no Stargates because there was no Stargate opener with Oracles. Likewise, there's no Twilight Council, there's no Blink. Twilight Council's on the way, but there's no guarantee that he will invest into Blink first. He might go charge. I mean, I say might. He's chroning out +1 armor. But he already has +1 attack. We'll see. We'll see if he goes charge or not. Hackerstop, the Spire is finishing. He does have 1,000 gas. True. With a decent chunk of gas to invest. There it is, 10 meters on the way. Here comes the hallucination. And we're so close. Actually, looks like he already saw. But he may not have clicked. Yeah, he saw the building that was on the way, but I don't think he's fully aware. Otherwise, we would see a Stargate. And he's going charge first, not Blink. So no Blink Stalkers, no Phoenixes. The best he can hope for is Archons, but they're going to be so immobile, especially with all this Sim City, like all the buildings in the way. Hacker stop, he can pop up. He's way into the main. And now we have Stargates on the way. There's a reactive warp in. The probes are going to be going down. Gets a Stalker. Gets one, gets two. Yeah, he can just stand and fight. No shield batteries. Every Stalker is going down. And Ashbringer's all in. Ashbringer, he's being forced into an all-in. Back at home, what do we have to defend?
Game
as we do have a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything's okay. It looks like ping is spiking. But we do have the counter all-in. Now, back at home, we do have some Lings, a handful of Banelings, some Roaches. This army might be enough. It comes down to the force fields. You're looking at the units tab, we have three sentries. Force fields are going to be crucial in this fight. Remember, there's no Ravagers. True, there's no Ravagers. So if force fields can slice up the army, cut it in half, cut it into thirds even, and he can deal with a portion at a time, then maybe he can break into a base, get into a mineral line, and try to end the game, and force the mutas back home. That's maybe the best option here, the best chance for Ashbringer, but it all comes down to the engage, all comes down to the army control. When it comes to Hacker and Stop, he doesn't really have the best army for this. As I mentioned, no Ravagers. Without Ravagers, Force Fields will have their way with this army, and Hacker Stop is going to have a really hard time engaging, unless Ashbringer does fumble the control. So we'll see. We shall see. Bathing speed is not going to be a factor. Not going to be a factor into this. Likewise, we have +1. Oh, likewise, we have +1 air attack, which also won't factor in. It might factor in when the mutas race back home, if they race back home. Here we go. But it looks like we're just waiting for the ping to die down a little bit here. Whew. Aye. But again, this is also a little bit on Ashbringer, because if you remember, he saw the Spire, but again, I don't think he clicked on it. He didn't, for sure. He didn't click on it, so he is not fully aware of what his hallucination did scout. Here we go. We're going in.
Resumed.
As Ashbringer, he is committing, and mutas, they are racing back home. Show us those force fields. How good are they going to be? I mean, mutas turning back around is going to be huge. Baneling's going to be rolling in. Force fields, they zone away some of the Banelings even. And they zone away some of the Roaches, but nah, Hacker Stop, he does collapse in. He breaks through, he gets on top of the army, cleans everything up, and he didn't even need the mutas, to be honest. Didn't even need them. And that was it. That was all that Ashbringer had. He had to take that fight. He had to overwhelm. Failed to do so. Back at home. I mean, he has cannons, true. 3 cannons even, okay. He's got 3 cannons. There's the energy overcharge on the shield battery. But the Archon goes down. Ashbringer, he is holding on. Oh, Phoenix, they pull back. Oh, true. We have all these shield batteries. True. Shield batteries kind of coming into play. Unfortunately, Ashbringer, he's out of position. The army needs to be here with all these shield batteries. Yeah, it did warp in the wrong location. Trying to come in from behind, from a flank. Again, he's out of range, and the Archon goes down. Massive pickup. Again, he's just out of range of the shield batteries. The Stalkers as well, they're being targeted. We even have the Queens coming in. And there's just no backwards in this army anymore. There's no more Archons. Of course, there's no Blink Stalkers. The Feast count is getting high. Okay. We're getting a decent chunk of Phoenixes. Can we pull this off? Overlords are rallied across the map. Miss rally here from Hacker's top. He'll lose 3 Overlords. Won't be enough to supply block, but nice pick us nonetheless. I mean, actually, it does supply block. And Ashbringer, can he stabilize? Now, thankfully for Ashbringer, Hacker's top didn't join up his 4th. His 4th base, it didn't join up. He's just transferring over as he's running out of resources in the main. Now taking out Immutas into Hydras. Oh, that's such a large Muta cloud, though. Phoenixes are keeping up. Okay. It's a Muta. Random Ravagers being thrown away as well. Again, missed rally here from Hacker is sub, throwing away Overlords, throwing away Ravagers. With this low of economy, they're not cheap. So working towards Lurker Tech. In this. As our Zerg player here is going to be the first to max out, that is true, but that won't really matter if he can't really do anything with his maxed out army. A lot of supply right now is tied up in Mutas, and if they can deny a base, this is going to be worth it. Likewise, Ashbringer, he needs to maintain control of this 4th, he needs to get it up and running. If he can get this 4th base up, then he can max out. You see Hacker's top rotating over. He's got a couple of lunkers. Now these are going to be lair tech lurkers. The hive is not yet begun. Infestation bit just now finishing. So these lurkers aren't going to be ideal. Is maxed. Oh. Trying to have lurkers gets 1. Let's get the 1. But no storms. Yeah, no storm for Ashbringer. Despite that, he's going to be collapsing in. He goes for the mass lift even. Okay. Lifts up all the lurkers. Lurkers are being shut down. It's because some of the wilds do graze the army. Ashbringer, he trades as best he can. There's 1 lurker remaining. But also cleaned up. Okay, not a bad fight. Not a bad fight for Ashbringer, but Hacker's up has 72 drones. He has 72 workers, he has an economy, he has a bank, so he can rebuild. He can rebuild, he can remax. His gas income is a little bit lacking, but there we go. We have 16 Hydras on the way. Hive is almost done. That was an impressive fight for Ashbringer, but it came at a cost. As he lost a lot of Archons, he lost his Immortals, he lost most of his Phoenixes. So he's got to do that again. He's got to do that again. Oh, going for the Dark Shrine. Interesting. Dark Shrine is on the way. I mean, that could work just because where are the spores? Because there was no Stargate opener, there was no need to defend against Oracles, so there is 0 spores out on the map. DTs could get damage done, but can Ashbringer survive to Dark Templar? What I mean by that is Hacker is up, he's rebuilding his lurker army. This time there are only 3 Phoenixes, so trying to lift all the lurkers is not going to work. At least not nearly as well as it did previously. And side defense is on the way. At least only on some of these bases. I see. The Overseer in the main base actually sees the Dark Shrine. So Hacker's up, he knows what's going on. He's getting ready for it. Throwing down all the side defense. Now DTs, they can still wreak havoc even if there is side defense in position. Depending on the amount of Dark Templar, then they can focus on the Spore and they can still overwhelm. These DTs are waddling in. There's no Overseers with the main army, so Ashbringer, he could even just attack the main army even as well. But right now he's going for the Mineral Lines, and yeah, there is detection. Still find some damage, okay. And again, I would love to see him just target down Hydras or target down Lurkers. But here we go, Overseers are finally going to be on the way. Main army moves in, Hacker Soppy's out of position, he raced everything back home to defend. DTs, they get into the main. Hacker Soppy's panicking. Once again, he F2s everything into the main base. Everything into the main. That was a lot of Dark Templar. You can see here 8. It was 8 Dark Templar. Didn't kill the expansion, but did kill. I mean, it allowed Ashbringer to kill an expansion. True. And hey, Ashbringer, he's catching up in supply. He's got 3 observers. He has to look after them. Ooh, pushing into a line of Lurkers. It's not going to be pretty. But where's the Lurker support? Yeah, the Immortals, they break through. The Immortals, they just break on through. Yeah, Mass Immortal will overwhelm. Again, Lurkers on their own, they're so fragile, they're so vulnerable. You need that Ling Bane or Hydra support or Roach Ravager. You need something to support them. Because without any buffer, Immortals, they just roll over Lurkers. The Lunkers, they do nothing. Oh no. But alas, not enough support. And now the Lings come in, but it's too little too late. Yeah, Lings are too little too late. And Ashbringer, he has done it. A very impressive comeback. He was looking down and out. Things were looking dire for Ashbringer. He had a lower base count. He had a worse economy. But he persevered. Persevered. Moves out across the map. He overwhelms. Takes down the mineral line, the bases. Again, without any Lurkers, there's no chance for a defense. Ashbringer doesn't have the setup. Sorry, Hacker himself doesn't have the setup. GG gets called, and Ashbringer, he will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Asher's top. Oh, sorry, Asher's top. What? Ashbringer does claim the series 2-0 over Hacker's top. Congratulations. Again, we saw that yes, on the one hand, Hacker's top he got into Lurkers, but Lurkers, they do not fare well against a ground-based army, against a ground toss setup, unless they have that buffer, that support to make sure there's something to protect them against the Immortals, against the Colossus, against the Archons, against the mass Protoss army. We saw that we were lacking Ling Bane, we were lacking anything in front of said Lurkers, so they were vulnerable, and they went down real fast and real quick. GG. GG, well played with that. Ashbringer does advance on to the next round, and let's catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. GG. GG, well played. Let's head on over to the America server. Oh. Let us switch our scenes over as well. Okay, from the top, we have some updates. We have ByuN. ByuN has been patiently waiting for the win of the series. ByuN versus Ashbringer is going to be coming up next on the channel. Scoring down, we have Creator. Creator takes down Iconic. Percival takes down Macroflex as well, Microflex even, and we have Creator versus Percival in the quarterfinals as well. Scoring down, we have Solar. Solar takes down Ragnar 2-0. Solar waiting for the winner of Rebellion and Triple, and ShoWTimE takes down Davidos and also takes down Middle VK. Really fast matches, really fast series there, as ShoWTimE is already in the semi-finals. Ay, calm down, ShoWTimE, calm down. Speed running his way through the tournament and waiting in those semis, bearing in mind that we will be casting both semifinals, so we'll be catching some ShoWTimE at some point here in the tournament, depending on which semis is available first, because it looks like Rebellion versus Triple is still ongoing. I say it looks like, of course, they're both Korean players, they're both on the Korean server, and it's possible that they might have finished up, and they might even be already playing against Solar as well. That is a possibility. Otherwise, we are going to be getting ready for our next matchup. Oh, no, I see Solar on the American server. So they haven't begun, thankfully. Haven't begun. Have not begun. But we have our next matchup here as Vetoes are underway. Vetoes are underway between ByuN and Ashbringer. Let's go. Micro. My apologies, my apologies. I'm trying to read the challenge bracket on OBS and it's very small, so I might do apologize. Not micro flex, micro lie. My apologies, my apologies. But yes, yes. GG, baby, GG. Oh no. Here we go. As looks like vetoes are done and we are jumping into our fresh series here. Looks like also, this just in, Rebellion versus Triple just wrapped up. They went all the way to the ace match. That's why they took a little bit longer. And Rebellion did take down Triple, which means Rebellion, he's up against Solar in the quarterfinals. So all the quarterfinals matches are underway, at least, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Teal Protoss player representing Team Starcom. It is Ashbringer. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our Terran versus Protoss matchup. Ashbringer, he did have a crazy comeback and a crazy resurgence in that last game, in that last series, but now he's up against one of the favorites to win the entire tournament. So there's a reason why he is slated to be the #1 seed of tonight's broadcast. Oh boy, we'll see if he can be brought down. We shall see. Players are setting up. So far, we do have our initial openers here. So Gate expanded to Cybercore for Ashbringer. Economic start from our Teal Protoss player. Likewise, we see ByuN opening up double gas. Ooh, double gas opener into a faster factory, into a delayed CC. So a more tech-heavy start. And welcome one and all to Pylon. Pylon is one of the more smaller maps in the map pool. Shorter rushes by ground, known for aggression. And that is what we're expecting out of ByuN. As we already do go for that faster factory. Now, ByuN, he's not really known for 2-base all-ins. Some other Korean Terrans are. Players like Cure, for example, Bunny, Ryung, Maru as well. A lot of the other Korean Terrans out there are known for 2-base all-ins in this matchup. ByuN is not. ByuN, he's the most macro-oriented out of all the other Korean Terran players. Sure, 100%. So there is a greater chance here that he's going to be opening up aggressively and getting into a third base instead. Regardless, we'll see if Ashbringer can keep up. Likewise, we'll see how Ashbringer looks in this matchup, because we haven't seen it yet. Remember, Ashbringer, this is his return. The last time Ashbringer played in the Sparkling Tuna Cup was Sparkling Tuna Cup number 51. It's number 103. It's over 50 Tuna Cups ago. Yeah. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since Ashbringer has competed in our tournaments, or just competed in general, in a more open setting. So I'm curious to see what he's looking like at the moment. How rusty is he exactly? He's not as active as he used to be. He's not as in form as he used to be. So we'll see what he brings to the table. Now Double Reaper does get into the mineral line, gets one probe. gets up. Just one so far. Gets into the main. Barely does bypass the main army or the main 2 units. He gets a second probe. Nice start for ByuN. Gets 2 probe kills. Hellion hits the natural, and he will get another worker. Ooh, barely not. Whew. Thankfully, Ashbringer does pull away to the shield battery. Does save his probes. Does save his workers. And yo, I did miss this, but in the chat, Paquito, papi. Good to see you, papi. Good to see you. Paque, Mike. Buenos días. Buenos días. Buenos días. Cuídate, papi. Cuídate. Paquito. Always good to see you. As we are moving out. Again, we have Reaper Hellion threatening a dive into the natural, hoping to cause a distraction. Meanwhile, we have a mine drop into the main. Not too committed. Only a singular mine drop. Back at home, we do have our 1-1-1. Early tank production here out of ByuN. Not going for early stim. Likewise, getting his tech lab on the starport for, I would imagine, Banshee play. Could even just go Raven. Oh, never mind. Going into Liberator? Okay. You have my attention. Does retarget, picks off a Stalker, picks up, goes away, can always go back in for another drop. So nice to pick off there from ByuN. Meanwhile, Ashbringer opening up, I assumed a blink, but no. He's going for early, very early forge, really early +1 into charge. That was +1 before the upgrade. What the hell? This is a really old school build. Really fast +1 in charge into 2-base Colossus. All before the 3rd. So really dedicated 2-base play here. I would favor this kind of build against a 2-base all-in. Like if ByuN was going 2-base all-in, and if he was planning to pull the boys, then I do think that Ashbringer could have an army set up here to shut it down. The problem is that ByuN is not going all-in. How many tanks did he make? 1. Only 1 tank. Like, but I don't think he intends. He intends to expand for sure. Like, he's only got 1 tank. He does go for the add-on swap into stim. This is earlier stim than we're used to. He didn't invest into anything. He got out of the tech lab, which means we're going into more bio upgrades. So stim into combat shields. We got +1. We should be seeing extra racks behind this, and we'll keep an eye on that CC. Keep an eye on it. But ByuN shouldn't be pushing on 2 bases. I would imagine that's what Ashbringer wants. As Liberator does get into the main. 3 probes going down, not bad. As Liberator even repositions for extra probes. Going for the Stalkers. Okay. Nice retargeting there out of ByuN. Does focus out more workers here as we get 9 probe kills in total. Ay. Brutal losses, and there it is. There's that 3rd CC. Again, the tell here to get that we assumed that ByuN was going to expand and get a 3rd base was, I mean, 1, the extra axes were delayed, true, but also just a low tank count. If we're going for an all-in, typically we do invest quite heavily into additional tanks, into a 2nd, 3rd, sometimes even a 4th tank as well, as that is typically the backbone of the army. If the plan was to go for like a heavy bio all-in, then stim would have been even faster, I feel, and we would have seen like a 3 or 4 rack setup. But alas, here, building up into a longer game instead. Which, if you remember, this is kind of the MO for ByuN. We spoke about how ByuN, at the start of the game, he is kind of the most macro-oriented out of all the Korean Terrans. Out of almost every Terran in the world. Almost. Ashbringer does deflect. And this Ashbringer, he is going to be expanding. Again, a very, very late 3rd base here. And this is why I favor ByuN's position. Remember, ByuN, he's expanding, he's teching up, he's working towards greater upgrades, he's getting into ghost production. ByuN doesn't have to push into this. He doesn't need to. He's been killing probes this entire time. Does not need to push into the Colossus. He can just calm things down, take it slow. And just get further ahead. Just get further ahead. Again, because Ashbringer's third base is so late, that's also why ByuN has such a large army. That's why the supply disparity here, it should be getting larger and larger as ByuN gets his own third faster than Ashbringer, which is almost never seen. Like, you almost never see a Terran play with a faster third base than the Protoss. So Ashbringer is falling further behind. I'll say the best chance for Ashbringer is to go for an all-in, to commit. He's got how many gates? 8. Gonna have an 8-gate setup. Ashbringer, he needs to find damage with this. How many ghosts does ByuN have? 3. He has 3 ghosts. Ashbringer, he rotates on the right-hand side, looking for a better angle into the natural. ByuN, he does miss the rotation. That's why ByuN is setting up here at his third. Doesn't know where the army is. Okay, Ashbringer, can we pull this off? As again, there's no saturation. It's basically, this is a fake third. Fake third base, 2 base all in out of Ashbringer. Let's go. Mind shots going on, brutal connections. EMPs on the Archons, oh my god. And we have Vikings for the sky. ByuN, he kites back well. Kites into the minefield. Colossus is going to be going down. Our boys are being pulled. ByuN, he can afford to lose the boys. And Ashbringer, he'll lose everything. He'll lose everything here. Vikings, they land. They clean up the Colossus. They clean up the prison. The army goes down. GG gets called. And ByuN, he will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Ashbringer, he essentially was going for a 2-base all-in. The third base was just for show. I'm curious if that was always the plan. That I'm not so sure about. Like, was it always the plan that the third base was never going to be saturated from the side of Ashbringer? Hard to say. It's possible that was just an adaptation, just a reaction, just because he lost so many workers in the lead up to the third, and because it was so late anyway, like, it added up, like, that might have just been, like, an on-the-fly decision. Regardless, GG, well played. ByuN, he had plenty to work with there. He holds, he defends, and with that, ByuN takes a lead. ByuN does take a lead in the series, and with that, we're now getting into game number 2, and we'll see how Ashbringer is going to approach the second game. More importantly, what map are we loading into? True. Where are we dropping? Where are we dropping? As the rest of the bracket is progressing. Are getting there. Just catching up in the chat. ByuN's probably going to go really fast since he has to play hero later or Woody's tournaments. Is that a thing? Let's see. I mean, clearly not. Like that. Like ByuN took a slow approach. As I mentioned, like ByuN, he's not known for all-ins, so didn't have it here. But you are correct. Woody's Summer Championship, it starts soon. Unless that's played by replays. I'll ask ByuN after this, because he apparently is meant to be competing in Woody's tournaments. Uh-oh. Things. Wait, does ByuN know? I'll let him know after this. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran himself. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is a ByuN. Leading the series 1-0 and spawning in the top right-hand corner. We have the teal Protoss player, the teal Protoss representing Team Starcom. It is Ashbringer. Go. But yeah, if ByuN's playing in this tournament in the Sparkling Tuna Cup, then it's very likely that maybe Wardy's casting from replays. I know that does sometimes happen, depending on the scheduling, because he organizes tournaments with players from different regions. Sometimes that occurs, but I'll find out after this game or after the series. Now look. But now we're settling in. Yo, is this when ByuN's like, yeah, I'm gonna forfeit Wardy's tournament? No shot, no shot. We'll see. As for now, double gas opener here. We're going for a faster factory. The same opener 2 games in a row. Same opener here from ByuN. Meanwhile, we do see Ashbringer going for his own gate cyber expand here. Okay, expanding the cybercore. But welcome to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps in the map pool, known for defensive play. Known for more defensive play. Favors more defensive play as well, so we're expecting Ashbringer to go for a more greedy economic opener. Likewise, we're expecting the same out of ByuN. As I just mentioned, as was brought up earlier, apparently ByuN is meant to be competing in another tournament soon, so there might be a chance here that he's going to be more aggressive. But if he wasn't aggressive in game 1, which, like, again, Pylon, that's the map where you can go for all-ins. They can hit pretty hard. ByuN didn't go for that on Pylon, so if he didn't do it on Pylon, no shot he does it here. So I think he's just going to play out a regular game. Be honest. I'll be honest, back. ByuN does break in. Once again, fast forge. So this is something that we didn't actually bring attention to in the last game, but something that we noticed after the fact is this fast forge build. So really fast forge, really fast +1 into charge. It looks like the same build 2 games in a row. Ruby Hellion gets 1, gets 2 working kills so far, goes into the main, and we're gonna get a full scouts. ByuN, he will confirm with the forge timing. So ByuN knows. ByuN, he sees the build, and once again, I would imagine that ByuN's gonna react the same way. We spoke about this a little bit last game, but seeing early +1, seeing delayed Twilight Council, this screams +1 in charge, and if you're going for a charge-based opener, this is designed to shut down all-ins. This might be part of the reason why last game ByuN did get a third and play more macro-oriented. We should be seeing the same thing here as well. Like, we shouldn't be seeing ByuN commit and double down. But now we have, once again, Liberator on the way. We have the 1 tank. We'll see if ByuN once again stays on a low tank count as he moves out with a double mind drop. Does move out with the mines. Headed for the main base. Meanwhile, big shout to Jadoff in the chat. To God, baby God. Esther Jadoff. Hope you had a good stream, had a good ladder session. It's been a while, Papi. It's been a while, but good to see you, as always. Ooh, this match is going on. Denying so much mine time even. I get the unburrowing. Does unburrow, does deny mining time. Catching out one of the stalkers and will not save the second winner mine. A little bit cheeky there by ByuN, a little bit greedy. Didn't quite pull it off. Ooh, a bit of a miss rally. There we go. ByuN does notice. He pulls back. And behind this, he's done with tanks. So just like last game, he is switching into bio. He's switching out of tank production. He's not going for an all-in. This does look like a repeat of the last game. So ByuN is taking a slower approach. See some people saying in the chat, like, ByuN's too good for this. It'll be over soon. I mean, just like last game, it's looking like a longer game state for ByuN. But he's doing a lot of damage. Like, he's denying a lot of mine time. He's killing probes. He's getting ahead. Like, ByuN, he's taking a lead. He's going to snipe the sentries. Ay, ay, ay. Sentries going to be going down, and probes as well. So ByuN is getting comfortable, and as we mentioned, everything that we saw looked like a macro game. There it is, third CC. Like, just, I guess, validation of just the build that we were pointing out. Again, ByuN, he's setting up for a longer macro game. And again, because he knows that charge is done. Like, you don't want to be all-inning or pushing into a player that does open charge like this. So ByuN is going to calm down, he's going to settle in, get his third base up, and we're going to see if Ashbringer is forced into an all-in. Remember, last game, the game ended because Ashbringer, here, no third. There's no third base, so it's looking more and more like Ashbringer, he's the one that's going to be coming to an all-in, and ByuN, he's setting up to be ready for it. Oh, as ByuN's moving out. Okay, ByuN coming to Ashbringer. I mean, this could work as well. Like, ByuN, he's expanding, he's building up his production, but because of all the economic damage, there's barely anything here. There's barely anything here. ByuN, he can pop off with this force. This force isn't meant to end the game, but it might just. Yeah, he scans, there's the Colossus now. I was gonna say that ByuN, he scans, he sees nothing, so he can move in, but the Colossus does complicate things. ByuN, he drops into the main. Gets Zella, picks up a Stalker. If we see an overreaction, then ByuN can try to push into the natural. Ashbringer, he's trying to play it safe. But he's losing a lot of units here, losing both Stalkers. You can see Ashbringer, he knows that the main army is out there. He doesn't want to move his Colossus. So he does maintain his natural, but no third. No third base. Ashbringer is falling further behind. He's falling further behind here. As ByuN is going to have, or he already has an economic lead, now claiming his third. ByuN is moving out. ByuN's up 10 workers now. Oh, someone's listening to the cast. yeah, as we've been pointing out. Like, ByuN, he's getting further ahead. As we mentioned, Ashbringer is forcing himself into a 2-base all-in. There would need to be a third by now. That's why we were praising the Liberator and Widowmine economic damage earlier. Yes. Did go for it. And ByuN just has to play safe. He just has to set up back at home. At this point, he knows. Like, at this point, it's confirmation that Ashbringer, he will soon move out with everything he has, and ByuN just has to make sure he's ready for it. There we go. Throwing down his wall of turrets, depots as well. He's setting up defensively. Hopefully, he can secure his location here, outside of his natural, and all he has to do is just wait. Just wait for his opponent. There's no need to push into this. There's no need for ByuN to overextend and to push into a defending player. Just wait for the Protoss to come to you. Just like last game. Just like game 1. So ByuN getting a 4th CC. From here we can get sensor towers, turrets into the main base to deny any kind of drop play. I was going to say that he's more vulnerable here in between his third and natural, but now he's getting his SimCity going with his CC, with his depot. There's a sensor tower. And again, these are all the correct moves. Like, you just have to wait for your opponents. And then when ByuN maxes out, then he can be the aggressor. Like, right now, he's waiting for his opponent, but we're about to max out, so then ByuN can start pushing, and yeah, Ashbringer, he's just so far behind. It's a 10-minute third base. 10 minutes, papi. Ay, ay, ay. So in chat, how is ByuN playing here in the World TV Championship at the same time? If you recall, I did mention earlier that there's a high chance that maybe Wardy is casting replays, and looks like that is the case. So that means that ByuN has nothing to be worried about when it comes to like overrunning and clashing with Wardy's tournaments. So it looks like Wardy is casting from replays. Which is fine, like, that's... as we mentioned, like sometimes it can be difficult to schedule between players from different regions. As the EMPs do pop up, ByuN, he can afford to trade in efficiently, as he's going for the Colossus. Yeah, nice EMPs, covers the Immortals. And with that, ByuN, he will overwhelm. He takes down the Immortals, takes down the Stalkers, going for the Colossus. Not the prettiest trade here for ByuN, not the cleanest trade, but he breaks through. He breaks through nonetheless. GG gets called, and ByuN, he will claim the series at 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played, ByuN. He will claim the series, and with that, we have our our second semi-finalist. Let's catch up. Let's catch up with the bracket. Again, unfortunately, Ashbringer, he was just being really, really defensive and safe. And as I mentioned before, like, the style that Ashbringer was playing is a little bit more ideal if he was blindly setting up for his opponent all-inning into him. But as we mentioned, ByuN, he's the most macro-oriented out of almost all the players out there. He's very much so one to take things a little bit slower, to build up into a third and fourth base, as we saw in both games. He's not really one to embrace these all-ins. So Ashbringer, who was getting ready and setting up for a style that wasn't really coming his way. Something that would work better against almost all the other Terrans out there that are known for all-inning and putting the boys on two bases. Not ByuN though. Not ByuN. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, ByuN does advance on, and let's catch up on the bracket as we have our first semis ready. Here we go. ByuN does take the series 2-0, and with that, it's going to be ByuN versus Creator in the upper semis. ShoWTimE is still waiting for his next opponent. As we're heading over to the Korean server, let's go. Let us go. We're going to be getting into the upper semis. Vetoes are underway. Just need a moment to get everything ready. And it looks like the lower semifinals are ready as well. The games, they finish at the same time. I just saw Solar get out of game, and it looks like Solar did defeat Rebellion. So we have two semifinals ready here. It's going to be ByuN versus Creator and Solar versus ShoWTimE. As a reminder, both semis are going to be casted, so we're going to be focusing on the upper semis first, then the lower semis, and then the grand final. So we're nearing the tail end of the broadcast here. We have 3 matches remaining. Let's go. Let us go. The vetoes are done, and what? Jesus, what were the vetoes? As we're jumping to game one. Game one is on torches. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of torches, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss, currently teamless. But of course, one of the other big seeds of the tournament, can he bring down the #1 seed of this week's Tuna Cup? Let's go. It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats as we jump into our TVP. And this should be a much, much closer series. Ashbringer, previously, he was kind of playing the same style 2 games in a row. He was blindly setting up for aggression. Here, we should be seeing something very different. As ByuN, he goes for the proxy racks here right next to the entrance to the main. Let's go. Now, we have seen this before from ByuN. He has mined through some of the patches here. He's getting that ranks up and running. And Creator, I'm pretty sure he's played against this before. We'll see when and if he's able to confirm the proxy location. Now he's going for the probe scout. He will confirm that ByuN is not at home. He does go for a double gas opener. The probe does dip in. The Rax is missing, but it's not uncommon to hide the Rax further back in the main base or even at the natural location. So it's on Creator to check. But again, this is not the most uncommon location that ByuN goes for. Yeah, he confirms. There we go. Does confirm. Creator, he's played against ByuN before. Got a very common location for ByuN. Potentially for other Terrans as well, but I only know ByuN for doing this. I don't know if like Cure and Bunny and the others also embrace that location as well. With that Creator, he does get on top of the eBay very fast and very quickly. Should be able to pull a couple of boys. Did curtain out the first Zealot. Will force a cancel, will expand. So Creator, he does expand. The Zealot is out to buy time. And, based on control here. Oh, he does catch. Yeah, does catch that Reaper for a moment. The Reaper is one shot away from going down. ByuN has to get the hell out of there. That was almost disastrous for ByuN. He has to get the hell out of there. And the game will continue. The game will continue. ByuN, because of the eBay block, he's forced to go into his gas, into his factory before expanding. And I would say the Creator has a much stronger start. He's looking comfortable so far. ByuN getting into a delayed expansion. Let's go. Yep. From here, the Reaper does get into the main. Does race back. We see Creator punishing the SCVs here, punishing the wall, and will break through. Is looking to. Cyclone pops out just in time. Okay, ByuN is holding. ByuN is holding. ByuN is defending. But again, he's contained on one base, so Creator is getting comfortable. And ByuN, the pressure's on ByuN to get some damage done. So behind this, going into his going into his tank production, getting into his own Banshee play as well. And we had assumed that he was going into Cloak, but no, going into Hyperflight Rotors. Okay, now Banshees, they have a lot of potential here. They have so much potential for damage, and ByuN, he's doubling down even further, going into Hyperflight Rotors. Thankfully, he's not going into Mech behind this. If you were casting Cure, we would lean towards Mech and towards additional factories, but here it is just going to be Banshee into tank into Bio setup. But we'll see what he can get done. Back at home, Creator, he claims his third base on time, getting into his Twilight Council into Blink. So far, he has a 3-gate Blink setup here, very safe play from Creator. Checking his vision, he did not confirm the Tech Lab, so he's not fully aware of what's going on. Creator is not fully aware. Behind this, working towards not Storm, but towards the Bay, towards Colossus. So it's building up his Colossus count. Bearing in mind that Torches is known to favor aggression. So we can see Creator just turtling up as best he can. He's got Stalkers fanning out into the main base. He's here outside of the main as well of ByuN to catch any kind of move outs. ByuN does sneak by though. I'll sit by with the Banshees. Oh. I'll sit by. Quick reaction by Creator. He pulls away. Very quick. but we'll still lose mining time. There are no stalkers to defend. He has to try to re-rally. Banshees, they hit the natural. Creator out of position. Again, the Banshees, they're speedy boys. 4 probe kills. And catching up 4, 5, 6 probes. Remember, 2 Banshees, they can one-shot workers. 7 probes going down, and they get away. The Banshees, they get away. They can also top themselves up here at the healing pad. They go back in. Creator having a very hard time, as that's going to be 12 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. And ByuN, he's back in this. He's back in this. Remember, ByuN, he had a bit of a rougher start to the game. Well, 12 workers, hey, that's what he needs. Now he can expand on location. So we're getting back into this, getting into the mid-game. ByuN building up his bio, bearing in mind that here the rush distance by air is quite short, so we can try to go for doom drops and drop play into the bases. This nation does get eyes on the attempted move out. How many Colossus do we have? Just the one. Only 1 Colossus. ByuN commits. I'm not sure if Creator has enough to defend here. He has 1 sentry, so he has limited force fields. Charge is complete, but the tanks, they siege up, and ByuN does watch himself here in between the bases. He's in between the bases, tank boy's going up, but the tanks are exposed. Tanks are going to go down, but ByuN dives into the mineral line. He's going for the probes. And probes are going down, getting 10. 10, 11 probe kills. He could even try to dive on the Colossus. Does get the mineral line, gets every single worker. 17 probes going down. Ay, ay, ay. ByuN cripples the, oh god! He cripples the economy. Does lose most of his army, but here it's worth it. Here it is worth it. Getting whatever he can. He knows that he knows he's gonna lose everything. Takes off the pylon. And back at home, ByuN, he's up 20 workers. He's up an entire mineral line. Ay, ay, ay. And now he's building his Vikings. Vikings are on the way. Ghost Academy as well. ByuN getting further ahead. And now suddenly the pressure's on Creator. Creator, just expanding from here is not good enough. Like, the pressure's on to get across the map, go for some Zealot drops, Zealot run-bys, go for some kind of harassment, or commits with a major push. Pressure is on. Likewise, he doesn't really have any other splash damage on the way. We can work towards a Temple Archives for Storm, or get a second Robo and extra gases, but the gas count is very low. He's taking more gases. And ByuN's just chilling. Like, remember, ByuN, there's no reason to move out. Like, there's nothing pressuring ByuN. ByuN is just getting a 4th. Just getting a 4th CC. He's making 3 ghosts at a time. Building up his Vikings. Getting in position to deny any kind of drop play. To shut down a War Prism. Again, War Prism harass is one of the ways that Creator can bounce back in this game. So ByuN is ready, at least on the right-hand side. The Prism is on the left. Prism does move in. I mean, there is an opening here. True. Whether it's the 3rd base or the natural. And the Prism goes further in towards the natural. This does give ByuN time to respond. Yeah, he keeps up. ByuN keeps up. Does force a recall. And from here, ByuN is snowballing out of control. Getting a second starport, going into mass Viking production. Now we have the Temple Archives on the way for Storm, but this is very delayed, it's very late. The fight may occur pre-Storm. Depends when ByuN maxes out. Again, it's very similar to the game that we just casted with ByuN up against Ashbringer, if you recall. But because ByuN is so far ahead, he just has to chill back at home, and then when he maxes, then he can move out. So it's very comfortable. It's that 180 supply. The best that Creator can hope for, yeah, is to fight with the static defense, cannons, shield batteries, and overcharge. Storm is on the way. We'll see if he can finish in time because here comes ByuN. Looks like it will. How many High Templar do we have? 3. 3 Templar. Looks like it will finish. Okay. Now, even though Creator is down in supply, suddenly there are some tools that he has that can make up for that, like Purification Overs or like Storms. If ByuN stands in the Storms, if he doesn't land the EMPs, hey, Creator, he can take a fight. He could take a fight. He could even zone by time so he himself can max out. ByuN is moving in. Zombie gets spotted. Creator a little bit out of position, but Storm is ready. It's the first Storm. Storm does land. In total, there's going to be 6 High Templar. All slowly gathering energy. ByuN, he rotates to get spotted. Creator is keeping up. Creator, he rotates as well. ByuN doesn't find a way in. Zella run by across the map. Ooh, runs into the planetary. And he forces ByuN back home. Creator, he's successfully buying time. Okay. Let's react. Creator still doesn't have the ideal army as EMPs are popping up. EMPs that catch out 2 of the High Templar. Only 2. There's still many more behind this. Creator is in this game. Very much so. We spoke about it, but he did buy time. But all the time. Prism in between the bases, catching reinforcements. ByuN, the entire army. Ooh, does turn around. He comes back with half. Does leave the other half here at his third. But Zell's taking it into the main. Creator is moving in. We'll take some brutal mine shots to the face. ByuN, he spots High Templar. 24 SCV. Oh my god, these Zealots. The Zealots are popping off. 26 SCVs. They're still going ham. We still have Zealots here at the natural. Still Zealots into the main. ByuN, he did not pull enough back at home to defend. We'll take a Storm to the face. Oh yeah, Storm's a punish. And Creator suddenly is in the driver's seat. Creator. Okay. There's still Zealots, by the way. They're still in the bases. Just now being cleaned up. Creator just bullying his way forward. Storms are coming. Creator, he has 4 High Templar. 1 zoning Storm mainly. Doesn't quite connect. Not quite. There are more Templar behind this. You can see here Creator leaving 3 High Templar in the back line just in case. Doesn't want to get EMP'd. Storm's coming in. And here come more Storms. There's one more Storm left. Yeah, the final Storms. And ByuN does take it to the face here. It looks like Creator, he has done it. He breaks through. The Storms did connect. It's still so close. It's so close. ByuN, he barely holds. He barely survives. With a handful of units, a very messy fight. And again, ByuN, he lost 2 mineral lines. He lost 2 mineral lines. So ByuN's bank, it's not what it should be. And Creator, he's remaxing. He's remaxing that much faster. As Creator, he's been untouched. He's been untouched here for the past couple of minutes. These bases, they're all just freely mining. They're freely operational. ByuN, he's stuck at home. SCMP. There are only 2 Templar, though. Oh, that's a little bit risky. It's the gas count. It's Creator's gas count. He's just now taking gases. He needs them. He can't afford more Templar. Uh-oh. He needs the gases back. And collapses over the ghost. Trying to. Pulls away. Has yet to pull into the gases. Unfortunately, so this is where the soup does lie. The soup does lie here. Creator, his army is very zealot heavy. It's very zealot heavy here. He only has 2 High Templar as opposed to previously where he had 6. It's just very mineral heavy, I should say. Does have 4 Colossus. Oh, what's Viking? Yeah, true. Only 6 Vikings. Okay. Colossus, can they pop off? They can. They can pop off. 1 Colossus goes down. We're wasting DPS on the CC. Yeah, a little bit of miscontrol there from Creator, but now he's moving in. Now he's moving in. He's going for the kill. Takes care of all the Vikings. ByuN going for the dive. Gets 2. Gets 2 Colossus. There's 1 Colossus left. Again, a very messy fight. Does force a recall. Final Colossus goes down. As Creator, he cannot escape. He cannot get away. It's again a very close fight. There was some miscontrol there from Creator. And Creator, he does pull into gas. Okay, pulls in. Pulls back in. He's warping in High Templar. ByuN barely holding on. Yo, shout out to the CCs. They were tanking a lot of hits there. Whether it's tanking charges or also Colossus shots as well. Backs off, he pulls away. ByuN is muling his heart out. Hey, I mean, it's working. He's keeping his head above water, transferring workers over. Has the bottom left up and running. Mr. Midler in the chat. Everyone tuning in to watch live polish the tuna. The tuna is sparkling, Daddy. It's sparkling. Ah. Squeaky clean. ByuN is moving out. He's moving out. Now Creator has built up 4 Colossus and 5 High Templar. So Creator, he has a more robust army. As we mentioned, did take his gases. So he can't afford it. Vikings moving in. Nice EMP. Ooh, yeah, the High Templar did stack. Vikings going hand. They got 1 Colossus. They got 1. They're going to get 2. But here come the flanking High Templar. Here come the storms. Oh, 1 lands. 1 lands. Just the 1, though. Vikings, they don't get the final Colossus. There's 1 Colossus remaining. Oh, no. So close. And Creator holds. Creator, he does hold on, but it was a shaky defense. He lost 3 Colossus. He lost 5 High Templar as well. There's 1 Templar left. The EMPs were brutal. Better fight for ByuN. Remember, ByuN, he did retain his army. Medivacs, the Ghost, more importantly, true. He saved the Ghost. Now, a concern that's going to be arising here is the economy. ByuN, his main is mined out. His natural, there's 1 patch left. His 3rd base, we're running out of patches as well. Here, the center base, there's some mining going on. But this gold is crucial. Like, this new fresh base here for ByuN is going to be crucial if he wants to maintain himself, getting into a longer game. Creator, he's freely expanding on the right-hand side. Remember, Creator, his bases have been untouched for the most part over the past 10 minutes. ByuN, he needs this gold, and so far it's getting up. ByuN, he moves out. He's forcing Creator to respond, which means the gold base is being left alone. Remember, that gold base is not a planetary. Storms are not connecting. Storms aren't connecting. EMPs are. Very nice EMP. And ByuN, he's powering through, takes out a Colossus, he can just commit. Brutal EMPs. And are there any Templar left? 0. 0 High Templar remaining. And ByuN, he can just aim it. He just aim in. Up. Nova goes off. Good connection. Novas do connect. But ByuN still has too much. They search too much. The boys are being pulled. The creator is getting desperate. Then he breaks through the main army. We have Zealot reinforcements. Creator is trying to hold on. Trying to. We're even sniping Zealots. Doing whatever we can. But again, those are just brutal EMPs. Likewise, the storms were lackluster. I want to say there were, what, 5 storms and maybe 1 connected? There were a lot of mainly zoning storms. The Novas, though. Novas have been on point. Unfortunately, just 1 disruptor. And ByuN has done it. ByuN at this point, he has done it. He has broken the Nexus. He's broken through. Creator, he had an insane comeback, and honestly, there was a moment here where, I mean, Creator, he was ahead. He was ahead, he was killing ByuN, but we did point out there were a couple of fights where Creator, he was kind of miscontrolling his army. He was wasting a lot of DPS, a lot of crucial DPS, which could have been enough to have broken the back of ByuN. He scans right-hand side. So there were definitely opportunities for Creator. ByuN, he clawed his way back in. The mineral line is going to be shut down. We spoke about how exposed the score base was. But Liberation has arrived. And he does peel some units here. He will take down that fresh mining base. We were emphasizing a lot more that ByuN, he was the one who was going to be strapped for cash, just because I had assumed that Creator would regain map control, but that's not the case. Like, Creator, he has lost 2 bases. 2 expansions have gone down. Now it's Creator who's running out of money. Even here, ByuN, he targets down intentionally so the Stalkers. Gets another 3 Stalkers. Trading as efficiently as possible. Securing his gold. It's Creator, he pulls a boy. So a couple of boys are being pulled into EMPs. Storms that don't quite connect. And Creator, he has no army left. Yeah, he has 2 Colossus, he has 1 Eye Templar. Sorry, 3 Colossus. But there's no gateway support. There's no gateway support. So ByuN, he just stims in, gets 1, gets 2 Colossus. And GG gets called. ByuN, he overwhelms, and ByuN takes game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. ByuN, a very impressive comeback here as ByuN, I mean, initially ByuN, he had a very comfortable lead. ByuN had a stronger start, he took a lead, he was ahead, he was the first to max out, but he was very tame, he was very passive, I should say, with his lead, with his max out, and we saw the Creator was able to stabilize, able to recover, and Creator gained map control. He gained map control, he was bullying ByuN back, but ByuN, he was able to stabilize eventually, he was able to hold on, able to survive. We saw some shaky fights out of Creator, of course. ByuN also had bottom left up and running. That planetary, if you remember, it was untouched. That planetary was crucial when it came to ByuN being able to maintain himself and maintain his economy. And GG, well played. ByuN, he recovered, he did take it, and now we're getting into game number 2. But this was a very, very clutch, very close back and forth between ByuN and Creator. They both had their moments, but they both had their leads at certain points in the game. And now we're going to be loading into a much larger map. Now, coming into Tokamak as game number 2, much larger map, longer rush distance by ground, more defensive bases. One of the reasons why Torches was so intense was the map itself, right? The map itself is quite small, quite short. There are less bases, we're a little closer together, so it does incentivize all these fights, all these engagements, just almost non-stop at a certain point. Here, there's a little more breathing room, so the game could slow down. And that's where I feel like Creator is going to be more favored, is the game slowing down and Creator establishing not just a comfortable economy, but a comfortable kind of like breadth between himself and his opponents and having that wiggle room as well. We'll see how ByuN will approach Tokamak. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss currently down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can recover and force the ace match. It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify, leading the series 1-0. It is ByuN. We go. Oh boy, again, a very intense game one between ByuN and Creator. Now we have returned with game number 2. Welcome one all to Tokamak. As we mentioned, Tokamak is known for longer games, is known for maxed out Sky Toss versus, not quite Battle Mech, but like a more Biomech-ish composition as well, going into Liberator Ghost. We'll see if we can get there. Oh boy. We'll see if ByuN wants to get there. I mentioned before that ByuN, he's the most macro out of almost all the Terran players out there. I say almost all, I think I would place maybe Clem above, but even then, I think Clem even all-ins more often than ByuN. I think I might go that far. Not as much as like Cure and some of the other Terran players, but more than ByuN, sure. As we're going for an economic opener, okay, Rax expands. For the first time tonight, actually. ByuN going Rax expand. Economic start out of our Terran player. Meanwhile, we do see Creator back at home going for a standard opener himself. But now we're settling in. Again, later factory, later tech. Settling into Tokamak. Now you can still turn this into an all-in. Like we could still see, say, like a second and a third Rax here. We could even see a third CC. To be fair, we have seen ByuN be hyper greedy at times. I don't know if he's willing to do that against Creator though. As we have our Tech Lab finishing up. From here we can go for the add-on swap into a safety Cyclone. There we go. There's the add-on swap. The Cyclone's going to be on the way. This will keep ByuN's natural base safe. As we have our take of choice, it's going to be a Twilight Council from Creator. He's going for his council.
Game paused.
As hopefully everything's okay. Creator asking for a bit of a pause. Oh. The Uber Eats are at the door. True. He's getting his Uber Eats. Hopefully everything's okay. We have had instances in the past where like a player's cat like jumps on the table and they gotta deal with that. So they just want all the attention. Of course, like latency issues. But it's all good. Likewise, as a reminder, both Solar and ShoWTimE are waiting patiently in the lower half, or in the semifinals. In the lower semis, waiting patiently. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. Oh, as looks like Creator is back, jumping back in.
Game resumed.
Jumping back in. Clearly a sinner. Maybe. Look, I will always remember. I'll always remember Patience. Patience, the Korean Protoss player. We were casting. Was it the IM Katowice qualifier for 2019? I think it was. I think it was the IM Katowice qualifier for 2019, where we were casting. Was it Patience versus Armani? It was either Patience versus Armani or Patience versus Bunny. But mid-series, we were covering the match, the series, and Patience, he was ahead. He was winning. He was looking. I think he was up 1-0 as well, and he was winning in game 2. And then he was like, he paused the game and he said, "Sorry, my food is here. I forfeit." and he was winning the series as well, Pap. He was winning, and he forfeited to get his food. I was like, "Pappy, we can wait." I was like, "We can. It's okay, Pappy. It's okay." But no, he was just gone. Forfeited the series and got his food. Like, God damn it. S the patience. It's one of the events always stick with me. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. I think that's the only time that's ever happened as well. Yeah, the qualifier that we lost patience. Smurge, smurge. Oh. Creator moves in. Handles this quite nicely. We have the mind drop coming in, getting 2 workers, pulls away. ByuN doubles down, going from a mind drop into a Banshee move out. Okay, interesting. As Creator is on a 3-gate setup, so 3-gate blink. With this, he can move out, he can apply some pressure. He can ideally scout the move out, as ByuN, he is going to be going into his own tank Banshee production. No cloak. Brutal supply block. Does get supply block for a moment. Mind shot goes off. 6 probes going down. Ooh, Creator, he was distracted, so were we. 7 probe kills on the Widowmine, and the Widowmine gets saved. My eyes are on ByuN. So typically we'd already see an add-on swap. Typically we see an add-on swap into Stim, of course, into Stim, into bioproduction. But we're building up more tanks. We're building up more Banshees. ByuN is coming that much harder. Mindrel goes back in. This time gets dealt with. This time Creator, he's paying attention. He defends. And he's finding some nice damage. 3 SCV kills. 3 workers, pulls away. Doesn't lose any stalkers. Nice control here by Creator. But we'll still wait and see the move out here from ByuN. Ah, 3rd TC. Okay. 3rd TC. We were waiting to see, does he throw down extra Vaxes or does he expand? He's expanding. He's expanding. 3rd base is on the way. Getting to his upgrades. Combat shields, concussive shell, and eventually Stim. But ByuN is macroing. For a moment there, I thought that he would go for an all-in, but no. Not committing. And the game will continue. This time Creator, he's going for Storm and not Colossus, at least not yet. And when I say Storm, he's actually going for a Storm drop. Okay, show us what you got. Alright, Templar, they're in the Prism. ByuN taking up into Ghost. Ghost production's on the way. ByuN, he did spot the Templar Archive, so he knows. Yeah, he's already aware of the High Templar. That's why he's working towards Ghost already. ByuN is aware. Storm is done, but Creator is keeping the Templar back at home. As the Banshees do finally move out. These are vanilla Banshees. There's no cloak, there's no speed. And then we'll get a couple of worker kills. 3 probe kills. It's okay, but ideally you'll do want some more damage. And he's not going to get it. Yeah, it doesn't find it here. As the Banshee does get away. But losing a Banshee for 3 workers, that is not worth it for ByuN. ByuN does expand. Creator is moving out. Remember, he has Storm. He has 4 Templar ready. With charge, he can try to collapse on top of the tanks. Celts are coming in. Charge is done in a couple of seconds. And Creator, he's committing. Same time, Banshee does hit the main. Creator moving in. Shows their Storms. 1 Storm does land. Gets 1, gets the other. Stacks the Storms even. And the Marines, they move in. Yeah, they move in. They tank the Storm. Ay, ay, ay. Most of the bio goes down. As there are no Storms left. The Creator, he trades well. He got 14 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. The Banshee was dealt with. But he doesn't break ByuN. ByuN holds. ByuN does hold. Did cost him all his tanks. Cost him his tanks. But does hold, does survive. And Creator backs off. He backs off, he races back home. Creator expands and is building up towards Colossus. So he's diversifying his splash damage. Colossus on the way. More High Templar as well. Creator doesn't get the ghost. And what's terrifying, even though ByuN did lose 14 SCVs, he's still ahead in workers. Like, he still has a very robust economy. It shows how committed Creator was, really. As this fourth base is very late. It's a very late fourth. Ideally, you want your fourth base on the way as your opponent gets a third. So Creator, he's falling behind. He's falling behind. That was meant to be a kill move, and he failed to kill. Now, Creator, we have seen him in these rough positions before. I mean, hey, look at game 1, right? And Creator, he was able to recover. We'll see if he can pull that off here. Right now, Creator, he's in a worse position. He's looking for damage, whether it's Zealot run by, Zealot drop, catching out drops of his opponent. I appreciate that Creator's being active. Going for the ghost. He gets one. Gets one. He doesn't get the second ghost. Creator trying to bait the army out. Dallas takes some EMP. As you can see, it's a very delicate dance here for Creator. So he doesn't want to overextend. Pulls away, going for the mineral line. Storm is decent. Boys are being pulled. Yeah, boys are being pulled, but no more storms. Oh, and the Colossus are going down. Yeah, the Colossus are falling. And Creator, he may just lose everything here. We spoke about it, how he didn't want to commit. He did. He lost everything. The Colossus, the High Templar, the Immortals does get 25 SCVs, but that might just trigger a counterattack. As it costs Creator his entire army. Back at home, he's got one Colossus. ByuN, he can move out. And he will. Okay, he's moving out across the map. The trade was not worth it for Creator. ByuN could try to push in towards the third base, but he could just script for the fourth. Get some more secure damage. ByuN, he already has his own fourth base getting up and running. And the expansion goes down. EMP lands. He's going to get the Colossus. Not just one, he's going to get both. Potentially. Yeah, he will. He will. He sims on 4. There's just no army remaining. And ByuN is looking to claim the series here. GG gets called. ByuN will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Creator forcing himself into a 3-base all-in. As we mentioned, when he moved out on 3 bases, he was so committed there. And yes, he killed 14 workers. That wasn't enough. That wasn't enough. He needed either more damage or just straight up killing ByuN. And again, he failed to do so. His 4th base was laid. His economy was in shambles. And we saw him move out, and we were like, oh, you know, he can poke in. He can maybe get a couple pickoffs here and there. He did so. Then he just kept going. He just kept going. He pushed too far into the 3rd base, and the Creator, he lost everything. He lost everything in the process. GG, well played. With that, Creator, he is out of the tournament, and ByuN is our first finalist for this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup. Congratulations. Congratulations here to ByuN. And the question becomes, who will face off against him in those finals? Let's go. Let us go. As we are heading over here into the lower semis. We're heading over to the lower semifinals. Again, shout out to both ShoWTimE and Solar. They were patiently waiting for us, as we do cover both semifinals, of course. They were patiently waiting, and now we are ready for the semis. Let's go. We have 2 matches left. 2 series remaining. We're here to determine who will face off against ByuN in those finals. Will be a Protoss or a Zerg. Let's go. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg. Representing Team Falcons, it is Solar. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the German Protoss player, we have the red Protoss. Representing Sentinels, it is ShoWTimE. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Will it go the way of our German Protoss or our South Korean Zerg? I'll be honest, in my mind, this is going to be a close one. It's going to be a close one here. I mean, I said the same about ByuN and Creator. And again, I don't think the scoreline was really reflective of the series. Game 2 was more dominant from ByuN, true, but Game 1 was very close. Game 1 was very back and forth. I could have very easily seen Game 1 go either way. Similarly here, ShoWTimE and Solar are also very close in skill, and we'll see how Solar's able to respond. Solar, he has had a bit of a rougher return to StarCraft. What I mean by that is post-EWC. EWC post Esports World Cup, a lot of players, they went on a bit of a vacation. We had Clem going to, I think he went to Croatia. I think Clem went to Croatia for a vacation. Likewise, I think Solo took some time off. Hero took some time off. Like, a lot of players did take some time off and did take a break from the game. And in Solo's return, has been looking a little bit more shaky here, especially against other Protoss players. But we'll see if he can bring down ShoWTimE. Let's go. Solar's typical approach in this matchup is all-ins. We do often see a lot of 3-base all-ins out of Solar. Now, they do vary, right? There are Ling Hydra-based all-ins, there are Doom drops as well, there are German taxis, there's Roach-based play. So we'll see what form of aggression Solar goes for, if any. As welcome to Incorporeal. Incorporeal is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Much larger map, longer rush distance by ground. If you remember, we actually casted ShoWTimE a couple of days ago in Little League Cup versus Shin on this map, and ShoWTimE went the distance. If you remember, it was like over an hour-long series, and Game 1 was on Incorporeal, the map was cut in half, and we got to see why you often don't see late game on this map, where we see Zerg players try to avoid that because of these center bases. These center bases, they're so difficult to maintain. We were going over it, but basically ShoWTimE, he had a maxed out Skytoss army, and Shin could not take this expansion because ShoWTimE from the other side of this terrain could just shell away at this area and ensure that Shin could never keep up with the base count of ShoWTimE. The terrain here it's just so difficult to take these center bases as the Zerg if we get to that kind of game state. As I mentioned, Solar, he often tries to end it early. He often does try to end things early. He often does not want to play against late game Skytoss. I mean, no one does. Hi. But here we go. ShoWTimE is one of the best at getting to that point, so we're expecting a bit of a slower style out of ShoWTimE. He can cheese, for sure, but he can. He can cheese, he can be hyper-aggressive. We saw that against Raynor in his series during the qualifiers for EWC, but that's not often the case for ShoWTimE. Has the capacity for it, but often does take it slow. ShoWTimE is claiming his third base again, just a Stargate opener, Stargate into a third. Double Oracle, could go up to triple. Into Twilight Council, +1, Forge, Blink. This is an early Twilight Council. Okay. Hello. Typically, you wait until the base is halfway done, then we see the Twilight Council in the Forge. Because the Twilight Council was so early, there is no Forge, there's no upgrades, we have extra gateways. This screams Glaive Adepts. Now, there is a build where you can go into really early Blink. This could be Blink instead, so you go into early Blink, and then you can be aggressive really early on with earlier Blink Stalkers, but that's more of a niche build. I'm leaning more towards Glaives here. We'll see what's it going to be. There it is, Glaive Adepts. As you mentioned, the sign was just how early the Twilight Council was and the fact that there was no Forge. So it did scream Glaive Adepts. As I mentioned, there's that niche build where you can go into Blink. Just wanted to at least mention that. For now, we have +1 melee. Ooh, Solar is going into early Eva Chamber, into early +1 melee, so he's going into Ling Bane, into Hydra production. He's going to be skipping Roaches. Thankfully, he's getting a safety Baneling Nest. If he didn't have this nest on the way, then Glaive Adepts could just kill him. Straight up, they could just kill Solar. So the Baneliness does mean that there is, I should say, Solar has the tools to defend. He has the tools to defend. If he can morph in Banelings in time, if he can keep up with the Shades, then he can defend. If he skipped his Baneliness, then he'd be in a dire position. Ooh, he scouts. Yeah, it does spot the attempted hidden Adepts. We have more Adepts on the way. We can see here Solar, he's not droning, he's massing up Zerglings. He knows something is wrong. He sees! It does spot the move out, he's fully aware. And we have defensive Banelings on the way, so nice scouting here by Solar. Oh, he attempts to drag the Adepts back home. But we have the Oracles. Yeah, the Oracles, they do defend. Adepts, they move out, but remember, there are Banelings to defend back at home. They're ready. Good position here with the Naturals. Adepts going for the Queens. Big Ridge is Shade. Ooh, he does Shade in. Banelings are ready. And ShoWTimE, he does splits. Nice spread. Very nice spread there with the Adepts. Ooh, and the Banelings, they don't get enough done. Adepts, they shading into the main base. Solar, he's racing back home. The Banelings were good, but maybe not good enough. It's still close. There's not that many Adepts left. Solar, he'll defend. He'll hold. He will hold on. Will cost him 5 drones. But that's better than losing the game. that's better than losing a mineral line. So Solar, he holds, he defends. Not the cleanest defense. Likewise, he was wasting some lings across the map. And ShoWTimE now is able to get into a longer game state. Later +1, later Forge, but it's on the way. Link is in production. And because Solar had to invest so heavily into Ling Bane, it means that his drone count is lackluster. The drone count, the economy is very low here for Solar, so he has to drone up as hard as he can. Hydra Den is on the way. As we mentioned, going to early +1 melee screams Ling Bane into Hydra, or Ling Hydra. There's a niche build where you can go Ling into Ultra, but that's crazy. Like that's it's been a while since we've seen that in the meta. It's been a while. Stasis gets baited. As ShoWTimE, he spots the Zerglings. ShoWTimE, he does not get surrounded. And Solar, he does drone up to 83. He has droned up. Now he can mass up his Hydras. And based on his high drone count, we're expecting infestation pits. We'll see though. Solar, he may just decide to max out with Ling Hydra. If Solar takes extra gases, then he can afford Hive Tech and Lurkers. We'll see where he goes. For now, ShoWTimE is just waiting for Storm. He's already gathering energy here on the High Templar. Storm is on the way. I'm a little bit concerned for Solar. If Solar does decide to max out with purely Ling Bane Hydra, then if this push fails, he will fall behind. Again, Solar, he's not taking. There's no pit, there's no Hive, there's no Lurker Den. It's not here. He's maxing. Okay. It's all or nothing here for Solar. He's maxing out. He's got a high drone count, but no further attack. And we'll see if he can break ShoWTimE. Bailey's rolling in. Archon's in position. Main army on the right-hand side. It all comes down to the Storms. Stasis goes up. Storms are connected. Oh, we're sending in the Storms. Oh, it does send in the Storms. No Hydra speed. Yeah, Hydra speed is still on the way. Ay, ay, ay. Solar pushing out without his upgrade and anti-timing, and with that, ShoWTimE defends. ShoWTimE, he defends, he holds on. Ay, ay, ay. Speed is just now finishing up. And we mentioned it, like, Solar, he's all in. Like, sure, he's on a high economy, he has a high drone count, but remember, he's not taking up at all. Like, he has to get damage done here. And ShoWTimE doing his best, I mean, living up to his name. That's the goal here. Nice storm of the Banelings. Do we have any High Templar on the left-hand side? No Templar, no Storms. Uh-oh. Yeah, no Storms here for ShoWTimE. He's now rallying over. Banelings, they get shut down. And ShoWTimE holds. ShoWTimE, he does hold on. High Templar, they're safe. That's a lot of Storms on a small group of Hydras. That was a lot of Storms being spent. That is concerning. And again, Solar, he's like, there's nothing else here. Like, we gotta keep going. Like, Solar, he's gotta commit. He's gotta double down. There's nothing else here. The aggression continues. And ShoWTimE and High Templar, he's down to 2. He's down to 2 High Templar. Again, we saw he was panicking a little bit with his storms earlier. Very nice storm though. But we need to warp in more Templar. There's only 2. ShoWTimE, where are those warp ins? Solar, he backs off for a moment. He's taking another expansion. We can see a couple of drones on the way. But he still refuses to get a hive. Solar, very clearly, he just wants to end the game. He just wants to end it. Either he kills ShoWTimE or he dies trying. One or the other. Speaking of, ShoWTimE, still a very low High Templar count. Because of that, we got to make every storm count. We got to make him count. First one zones. No banelings, so Zealous, they can thrive here. And no banelings here for Solar. And now finally, he, in a way, almost admits defeat. He's like, this isn't working. Infestation Bit. Infestation Bit's on the way. Lurker Den's on the way. Hive is on the way. Solar, he has admitted he cannot kill ShoWTimE. Oh, in saying that, though, he's coming in from behind. No Storm. And no Storm. Banelings are going for the mineral line. Can he get in? He can. The boys, they pull away. They pull away. Banelings, they crash in, and they will get a couple of workers here. 3, 5 probes go down. Not what he was hoping for. He wanted more. Did want more. Only 5 worker kills. So Solar now he's taking up. Now, for ShoWTimE, he has a pretty robust army, but he hasn't teched into Skytoss. If we had a fleet beacon behind this, like a fleet beacon, a Stargate, we could start carrier and Tempest production, but ShoWTimE doesn't really have that setup. So he's still stuck defending, and Solar, he may successfully get into lurkers. There's a fleet beacon. I would say a little bit late. A little bit late here for ShoWTimE. I do think, especially earlier after he successfully defended, like there were signs that he could tech up and invest. So a little bit late here for the Protoss. Now, because this fleet beacon is so late, it does mean that now there is a window where Solar can make lurkers and can try to break ShoWTimE before Skytoss. So there is a window here, pre-Skytoss, where Solar could try to break him. And here they come. Here come the lurkers. So lurkers are on the way. Again, fleet beacon is not yet done. So there is still a chance here for Solar. But the lurkers are getting caught out. We're losing one. Losing one lurker already. Oh, brutal storms on the Zerglings. Rough start for Solar. Also, ShoWTimE now scout. Now he knows, right? Now he knows that lurkers have hit the field. Now he's aware. Nice storm on the Hydras. As ShoWTimE doesn't get the expansion. Ooh, bleeding out a High Templar. Bleeds out a Templar. Tempest production has begun. And Solar, we're going to make use of these lurkers. ShoWTimE is out of position. This base is exposed. Yeah, the entire army is here in the center. ShoWTimE now he has to move into lurkers. He's racing back. ShoWTimE trying to set up a surround. But who's catching who? Solar, he's almost within range. There's a revelation. Yeah, Lings are being dealt with. The lurkers are on their own. Oh, but the Archons are going down. Yeah, a bit of a messy fight here for ShoWTimE. Yeah, very messy, but the lurkers are being cleaned up. Takes down a couple of High Templar. There's one lurker. The detection. The one lunker. I want to say he killed 2 High Templar. But nice cleanup. A very nice cleanup here. Every lurker goes down. Solar, he did not get within range of the base. He was just barely out of range. If he could take down the expansion and the mineral line, then maybe that would have been worth it. That was a big loss for Solar. Ay, ay, ay. And now the Tempests have arrived. And he didn't get the base. Didn't get the expansion. That was not worth it. But he is spreading ShoWTimE thin. This is one of the big features of Incorporeal. Once you get up to 5 bases, this base on the right and the base on the left are so spread out. Do we have Cloak? There we go. Cloak is activated. No detection. Overseer is now coming in. Never mind. Overseer has arrived. But once again, there's no support for the lurkers. And lurkers have to get the... Oh, actually. Yeah, some of them are cloaked. Remember, there's no observer. At the same time, Solar, he moves in. Again, ShoWTimE gets dragged to one side, then dragged to the other. He is very spread out. And what does he need? Cannons. We need cannons and shield batteries at both fringe bases as quickly as possible. Cannons, they don't necessarily defend. They don't defend bases, but they buy time. They buy time. They allow the Protoss to actually rotate and to respond. That's the purpose of cannons and shield batteries. But again, ShoWTimE, he's been bleeding out a lot of units. Lurker moves in. Again, there's just the mothership here to defend. Corruptors are going for the mothership. And mothership is exposed. Massive pickup. And the mothership is going to go down. Very nice. Got some mothership. Solar, he rotates over towards the base. ShoWTimE out of position. And the expansion finally goes down. Oh no! Okay. I was scared for a minute. It's all good, it's all good. He pulled away 1 second too early, but he had the lurker. Lurker's in position. One Archon gets caught out. Nicely done. Every unit counts. Speaking of, ShoWTimE has had enough defending. He's going for a massive counterattack. Solar, he responds. Everything turns back around. Picks off 2 lurkers. 3 lurkers even. 4? Uh-oh. 4 lurkers go down for zealots. Can we get 5? 5 lurkers. Jesus. 5 lurker kills. Very nice. ShoWTimE moves in, and now it's Solar's turn to be out of position. Now it's Solar's turn to be pulled apart. It goes both ways. Again, these bases are so spread out. So the aggressor has that advantage. Whether it's Zerg or Protoss. Ooh, as we're pushing into lurkers. That's a bold move. Especially with a low immortal count. I say low immortal, non-existent immortal count. But we're getting messy. We're getting messy here again. ShoWTimE, he can't really afford the site defense that he needs. That's why these bases are so vulnerable. That's why these run-bys can achieve a lot of damage. ShoWTimE doesn't have a bank yet. Meanwhile, Solar able to get his Spire up and running. We do have 1-0 upgrades here for the Corruptors. He's getting caught. When it comes to the main armies, ShoWTimE's army is still lacking. I mentioned earlier the immortal counts, and now we're finally getting a couple of immortals. Immortals, they are a little bit more ideal here when it comes to a high lurker count army, and the lurker count is quite high. So we're lacking immortals. When it comes to the Tempest count here, 5 Tempest is okay. Oh, High Templar exposed. Lings 8 don't get any. 1 Templar goes down. It's 1 Templar and then gets another. Yeah, 2nd Templar goes down as well. Had high energy. Bit of miscontrol there from ShoWTimE. Lings 8 delay +2. Delay +2. Solar expanding in the center. Bold move from Solar. Trying to take the center expansion. Alright guys, ShoWTimE, we shouldn't be able to hold on to the fringe base on the right. Looks like we'll also be cancelled. Also in the Revelation. Here come the Vipers though. Nice snipe. Nice wink. Gets 1 Tempest. Now we're down to 4. Get a very low Tempest count. Lurkers, they move in, but they move into detection. Oh, Solar, big overextension. That was what, 5 lurkers going down? For nothing. Okay. ShoWTimE expands. And we need that setup. We need those candles into the shield batteries. We need to set up here as quickly as possible. We have some side defense here on the left. ShoWTimE, he's now making use of his bank. Or I should say he's building a bank up. ShoWTimE looking a little bit more secure. Meanwhile, we have +2 on the way for the Corruptors. Oh, Solar running into the Archons. 2 more Lurkers go down. And this time, ShoWTimE was ready. As he still has Storms. They are landing. Gets another Lurker. Down to 7. 7 Lurkers left. ShoWTimE's main army rotates. He's pushing out. There's no Lurkers to defend. Cannons are finishing. Again, they're just buying time. Ooh, the drones, they club. Oh, the Archons, can they get in? He gets one shot. Gets one shot. 7 drones do fall. Ooh, but the Archons are overextending. Yeah, the Archons are overextending. 1 Archon goes down. Getting a second. And a third. Yeah, the Observer falls, and this is a bit of awkward control here from ShoWTimE, losing another Archon. So a little bit messy here from ShoWTimE. Leading out a lot of high-tech units. Oh my god, but he does find a mineral. Jesus, he gets a full mineral line. Ay, ay, ay. And with that ShoWTimE, he will claim game number 1. GG. 22 drones in the center of the map. Ay, ay, ay. GG, well played, ShoWTimE. He cripbles the economy. You could argue unintended, like unintendedly so. But he got a base on the left, and he got a full mineral line in the center. And with that, Solar does tap out. GG, ShoWTimE takes the lead, and now we're getting into game number 2, and we'll see what map we load into. Again, Incorporeal is known for these longer games just because of the amount of bases, just because of the rush distance by ground. It was still a very aggressive and very dynamic game, just because of, as we mentioned, how spread out the bases were. So we saw there were a lot of bases that were undefended, and we saw both players losing bases, losing mineral lines, losing a lot of workers. It was very intense. As a reminder, Solar initially did go for an all-in. He initially went for an all-in. If you remember, initially, like, it took him so long to get an infestation pit. It was at like what, 11 12 minutes where he got the pit for the first time. He was trying to kill ShoWTimE early. He failed to do so. ShoWTimE had some very impressive defense, and oh, what was the veto process? Game 2 is Tokamak. Oh boy. We'll get into it. I'm a little bit shocked. We'll see. We'll see what the plan is coming into Tokamak. Oh boy. Ay, ay, ay. As we are jumping into game number 2. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the German Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Sentinels. Leading the series 1-0, it is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. We go. Whew. And as you can imagine, my reaction is I stand by it. I'm a little bit shocked here that we have game 1 Incorporeal, game 2 Tokamak. So what I'm getting at here, Incorporeal, Tokamak, and Maganatha. These 3 maps are the 3 largest maps in the map pool. There's a lot of bases, longer rush distances by ground, and these 3 maps typically favor a player that is trying to get into a longer game, get into the late game. And we saw that in Incorporeal. We saw that. We saw Solar attempt and fail to kill ShoWTimE early, and ShoWTimE snowballed out of control, getting into the late game. It was more complicated than that. There was a back and forth, and we saw that, you know, ShoWTimE was taking some losses, Solar was taking some losses, but the map itself was assisting when it came to getting to that game state for at least ShoWTimE. Tokamak is known for being the most defensive map. It's a large map and it's more defensive. As opposed to Incorporeal, these bases are closer together. Your 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and even 5th bases there are a lot more closer, a lot more tight-knit. The terrain as well, there's a lot of high ground, there's a lot of points of elevation, so it is easier to take these stances and defend and deflect pushes. This map is known, and this is the map for longer and later games. So I'm going to be favoring ShoWTimE getting into this, and Solar will have to have a different approach. if he couldn't break ShoWTimE on Incorporeal, I don't see him breaking ShoWTimE here on Tokamak. We could try to beat him to the late game. We could see Solar try to rush into earlier gases, into an earlier infestation bit, into earlier lurkers. There are builds where you can be very tech heavy. You can rush into lurkers early and then try to hit with lurkers and kill with lurkers as quickly as possible. There are builds that incorporate that kind of style. Likewise, on these larger maps, Mutaplay. You can try to open up Roach, go for a hidden Spire, go into Mutas, catch your opponent off guard, and try to take a lead that way. There are other things that you can try to incorporate and try to go for. I would assume that Solar's going to try to do something cheeky here. I would assume that he doesn't want to get into a standard macro game. But the pressure is on Solar here. No boy. Pressure is on Solar. As for now, standard opener, Stargate opener here out of ShoWTimE. Getting back into, what the map favors and the styles that we're seeing. ShoWTimE last game, if you remember, he did go into Glaive Adepts. I don't see that happening here. We're expecting a standard opener and a standard game and a very defensive style out of ShoWTimE. And he might even be overly defensive, but that's okay on Tokamak. Like, you can sacrifice some of your economy and get a late 4th base and a late 5th base, but you can just take it slow and steady, slowly expand, and slowly branch out and take a bit of a slower paced game here. That is more viable on Tokamak. As I would say, it is harder to contain your opponents and harder to stop them from expanding. Meanwhile, Adepts shade into the main. 1, 2 drones already going to be going down. Getting to 3, getting 4. Oh, 4 drone kills. That is a rough start for Solar. That should not have happened. Typically, we're hoping for like maybe a 1-to-1 trade. But very nice starts. Back at home, ShoWTimE has got his Oracles. Second Oracle's on the way. We can see Solar trying to counterattack. And he will threaten the Stalker, but the Oracle's here. The Overlord goes down. ShoWTimE looking very comfortable. He's looking very in form here. Very on top of things. He shuts down the link counterattack. He gets economic damage done across the map. He's getting his 3rd base. Ooh, hello. Twilight Council's on the way. Now, this Twilight Council is slightly later than last game, but it's still pretty early. It's still pretty early here. I don't see a Forge. Extra gateways are on the way. We'll see if he throws down another gateway, and he goes up. Yeah, there we go. 4 gate setup. I just said that I don't think he was going to go into Glaives like we saw last game, but this is the setup to go into Glaives. We'll see if he goes into Glaives or Blink. Regardless, we're going into earlier Twilight Council, earlier tech. Lair first. Lair first out of Solar. There's a lot to get into here. As a reminder, last game we saw Evo Chamber first into early +1 melee into Lingbane Hydra. Here it's an earlier lair, which means there's a higher chance this Evo Chamber is going to +1 range, not melee. If that's the case, we spoke about this style where you can try to rush into earlier lurkers. That's going to be on the table here if we're going for earlier range. Meanwhile, we can see it is going to be Blink, not Glaive Adepts. So early Blink out of ShoWTimE. Now, the way this works here is Adepts, they get across the map once again. 2 more drones going down, and can we get even more? We can! Oh, doesn't quite go for it. Doesn't quite go for it. Oracles are in the bases. ShoWTimE is popping up, getting into the main base, getting into the natural as well. Another stasis trap on the way, and Solar, he does react. Whew, does pull away in time. And doesn't take too many losses, thankfully. But again, ShoWTimE is all over this. Now, quickly going back to ShoWTimE here, it's a bit of a give and take. Again, we're expecting ranged. Here we go. Hydrogen is on the way to be. I mean, that is what we expected. Yep, there's that range upgrade. So with this, we can rush into earlier lurkers. When it comes to ShoWTimE's build, because Blink is so fast, he can be active. He can apply pressure. He could deny the 4th. There's a chance where he could. Oh, and I think that's off center. Looking a little bit off center here, but ShoWTimE, he can apply pressure. He's moving out. Remember, Blink is done early. The downside is +1 is late, right? +1 is delayed here for ShoWTimE in favor of this move out. He's pushing in. There's no roaches to defend. Barely any Zerglings. Can he get a queen? Oh, barely not. Oh, very nice stasis trap though, and ShoWTimE, he might just break him here and now. Slings, they're coming into support. The Oracles, they don't quite activate their beams. The stasis trap does connect. Hydras are going down. Very nice trades here from ShoWTimE. Takes off Hydras. We'll start picking up Queens. There's no more energy here for Transfuse. Gets 1. one queen and barely doesn't get the other. Solar holds. Solar, he does hold on. Whew. We have roach speed. That I was not expecting. If we didn't have roach speed on the way, I would assume infestation bit and lurkers. Now that we have roach speed, Solar, he might just commit with roach hydra. Okay, interesting. Roach speed is a bit of a curveball for me. Okay. As we do get the revelation here, we can see that Solar, he's not droning. He's not droning up his 4th base. He's cutting workers early at 72. That is just over 3 base saturation. And Solar, he's going for the all-in. He may just go for the all-in here. He's not teching, he's not droning. Purely Ling Hydra and roaches, of course, with roach speed. It's go time. Yeah, it is going to be go time here. Now, I mentioned at the start of this game, if Solar couldn't break ShoWTimE on Incorporeal, I don't think he can break him here. We'll see if that holds any water, because you can see how defensive we are. We have cannons and shield batteries at both locations, and it doesn't take long at all to rotate between them as well. Like, again, this map, it's helping ShoWTimE to defend. Tokamak is on ShoWTime's side. The map is biased, It's biased. Gets one, gets 2 cannons. Gets 2 cannons. We have 12 more roaches on the way. Yep, Solar's all in. So Solar, he's all in. It's all or nothing. Now, roaches and ravagers are going to be more robust against storms. True. Storms are going to be less effective here. As there's a first storm, a nice snipe on the High Templar. Very nice dive. As roaches, they did target it down. ShoWTimE trying to respond. Where are the storms? Storms, yeah, they were delayed. Not on the same hotkey. And with that, Solar, he's breaking through. Yeah, he is breaking through. Takes out another High Templar. And there's a shaky defense here from ShoWTimE. High Templar, they were late. The defensive setup here has been broken. And Solar, he may have just done it. Yeah, it looks like he may have just done it here. He targets down another High Templar. So, and he files down another. Oh my, he's done it. He's done it. We are going to the ace match here. GG gets called. Solar, he does break ShoWTimE. We're going to game 3. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Very impressive roach play here out of Solar. If you notice, Solar, he kept selecting some small hit squads of roaches, and he was sniping High Templar. He was sniping the Templar time and time and time again, so we only got a couple of storms, and we saw ShoWTimE, he was late to rotate. He was late to rotate at High Templar, late to come in with the storms. By the time they arrived, he had already lost his defensive position, and Solar broke through. Solar, he broke through then and there. Whew, GG, well played. As we mentioned, also a much more robust army here with roaches. Storm was also less effective, so a very different kind of all-in that Solar went for compared to game 1 did work out here in game 2. GG, well played. He was able to successfully stop ShoWTimE from getting to his late game, from getting into any kind of sky toss, and now we're getting into Ultra Love. This is where things get interesting. I'm ready. Here we go. Whew. As spawning in the right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the red Protoss player. We have the German Protoss representing Sentinels, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? Can he make it to the finals? It is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg pulling off his more roach-based all-in in game number 2. We'll see what he has in store for us here in game 3. It is Solar. Go. Okay, so welcome one and all to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is a map of extremes. Ultra Love, we see a lot of all-ins. This is finally a map where I do favor all-ins here. The rush distance background is shorter. It is much shorter. There are, of course, a lot more exposed bases as well, especially this area here in between the natural, the 3rd, and the 4th base. This area, this location can be abused by the aggressor, and the defending player can have a really hard time rotating and defending and being in location, being where he needs to be at his base to defend and to save either his natural, his 3rd, or his 4th. We often do see a lot of German taxis. We've seen a lot of German taxis, a lot of queen walks across the map just because of that rushes to spike ground. We'll see if ShoWTimE expands towards Solar or away from Solar. Same with Solar. Does he expand towards or away from ShoWTimE? That will indicate, that will dictate the creep spread as well, how quickly it gets across the map, and whether or not queens can be a factor. So typically there are a lot of earlier timings and earlier attacks that we see here on Ultra Love. Typically. So we'll see what Solar has up his sleeve. If we see road speed at any point, then we're expecting a German taxi of some kind. Just as a heads up. There is a build that has risen on popularity where you go Ling Hydra on 3 base saturation, you get up to like 70 drones, and you go for a massive drop or Doom drop all in into the main. Like, there are builds like that as well that do exist. So we'll see if Solo can pull this off. Meanwhile, standard opener here out of ShoWTimE. Last game we saw the early blink and he did not break the expansion. We spoke about how he could potentially deny the 4th base, but he pushed towards the 3rd instead, and he did not break through the queens. That was his moment. Didn't pull it off. So Solo, what do you have for us? ShoWTimE breaks in, gonna be deflected. Again, ShoWTimE, he had such a strong start last game as well. He had such a strong start, but And then it got shut down. This time these adepts should not get anywhere near as much damage. Shades are being cancelled. Building up his 2nd gateway. Now ShoWTimE can expand. Reinforcing with his 3rd adept. Interesting. So he's just keeping up here with Solar. And right now we're waiting for the timing of his Twilight Council. So far, both games we have had early Twilight Councils. Game 1 was for early Glaives, Game 2 was for early Blink. Meanwhile, 420 Lair timing, okay. Very early Lair. This is indicative that we're not going to an Eva Chamber and +1 melee. Show us what you got. Lings, they will surround the adepts. Nice catch. As they do barely shed away. The Oracle does defend. And we do have a Twilight Council and a Forge. Looks like a standard follow-up here. +1 and Blink from ShoWTimE. With the earlier Lair, we can get into Roaches, and we can go for a very similar style that we saw last game. We'll see. See what he invests into with that Lair. No Eva Chamber, no Roach Warren. Adepts stay shaded between the bases. Lings, they're being shut down. We're diving on the Queens. These Queens, they do respond. Drones are going down. Without any tech. Okay, there it is. I was waiting for it. Hydroden is on the way. And this may just be a Ling Hydra all in. Now, the reason why I say that is because I'm a little bit surprised. No Eva Chamber. No Eva Chamber, no upgrades. So there's a higher chance that Solar doesn't really intend for the game to go on any longer. Oracle goes down. Nice pick up here from Solar. Gets one of the Oracles. ShoWTimE gets into the middle line. Gets 1 drone. Gets a couple of workers. Gets a 2nd drone as well. Gets a 3rd. Nice damage. Nice mining time. And this setup here screams all in. Yeah, Lings and Hydras are setting up. We have Hydra range on the way. And we'll see if ShoWTimE can survive this. We'll see if he can survive, we'll see if he can defend. Solar at most, I would expect him to join up to 60 or like 66. 3-base saturation. Even then, he might just cut it early. ShoWTimE, he wants to start trading early. Behind this, working towards the Templar Archives. Getting into Storm. But again, ShoWTimE is playing with fire. Solar, he techs! Infestation Pit. Okay. I mean, he has 0 upgrades. He has no Evo Chamber, but... yeah, it's going to be late tech. This is a little bit awkward for Solar. It's late Evo Chamber, late upgrades, and yeah, he's teching into Lurkers. Okay. He's not going for the all-in, but he's on a low drone count. It's a very awkward setup here for Solar. It's possible he just changed his mind. It's possible that he realized that he just didn't have enough to sustain himself to commit to an all-in. So I'm favoring ShoWTimE coming into this. There's going to be a window in time where ShoWTimE is going to have Storm, and he can break out. Oh boy. Storm is ready in a couple of seconds. Solar, he's trying to pop off his chest. He cannot afford to lose these Hydras. Again, Solar, he's playing with fire pack. We gotta be careful. One wrong move and he will get burned. And ShoWTimE, he gets baited. Okay, good move here by Solar. So basically, because Solar was being so in the face of ShoWTimE, it made it look like Solar wanted to be aggressive and commit when he doesn't. Solar, he's getting a Hive. He's getting a Hive, he's getting +1 range. He is morphing in Lurkers, but he is forcing this more defensive reaction by ShoWTimE. ShoWTimE, he's invested into cannons, shield batteries, knocks down his own tower. ShoWTimE could be aggressive right now. He could be pushing, but he isn't. ShoWTimE is turtling up instead, which is benefiting Solar. This is helping Solar, as now Solar, he's able to expand, able to actually start droning, tech up. Ooh, but Solar, ShoWTimE does notice. No detection. How many oracles? 1. Only 1 oracle. 1 observer as well. ShoWTimE is trying to get into Sky Toss. It looks like he has realized what's been happening. He realized that he was tricked. He was duped. Finds a Lurker. Does find a Lurker. And both players are soon to max out. We'll see what Solar can get done. Solar, he's getting into adaptive talents. You can see he's trying to come in from the flank as well. Pushing from both ends. He rotates. Thanks to the revelation, ShoWTimE is aware. Solar pushing into the natural. Ah, but he's exposed. Yeah, Solar, he's exposed. He will lose all these Lurkers. He has to get the hell out of here. Solar does overextend, and Lurkers are going down. Oof. Also, what, 3 Lurkers falling? 5 in total. Solar, he rotates on the right. ShoWTimE in a position. Oh, no! Oh, he move commands in. Yeah, big move command. He runs into the Lurkers, and ShoWTimE, he will lose everything. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, some miscontrol there by ShoWTimE. He had no detection. And Solar, he's done it. Solar, 1 swift move here. As ShoWTimE just ran into the Lurkers. GG gets called, and Solar, he will break ShoWTimE, and Solar will take the series at 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Ay, ay, ay. ShoWTimE, he was caught out of position. His army was caught in between his bases. He tried to respond to the push, but he had no vision. He had no detection, and he walked into just a field of Lurkers. He lost everything. GG. GG, well played. But a shout out to ShoWTimE for making it to the ace match, for making a series out of this. And honestly, I was definitely favoring ShoWTimE coming into this matchup. Congratulations to Solar for claiming the series instead. GG, well played. We're heading over to the Korean server for the grand finals, but we do have something to host before the finals. Let's go. Let us go. We have something special here. Something special. Bam. Okay. So we have our two finalists. ByuN has been patiently waiting, and we do have ByuN and Solar getting ready for the grand finals here for that best of 5. Before that, as you can see here, it is raffle time. Okay, for those that are unaware, for those that are maybe tuning in for the first time, this is a weekly tournament. Every single week we host Sparkling Tuna Cup. This is week number 103. It's a lot of Tuna Cups, a lot of tuna. And we also, alongside our regular payouts, we do host a random raffle. This is a raffle for the players, of course. To be eligible for this random raffle, you have to have competed in our tournaments, and you have to have played in our tournament this week. Forfeits means that you are ineligible. So if you sign up, if you check in, if you don't play your game, then you are ineligible here for the raffle. So very quickly, 5 USD to a random player. And this week, our random raffle winner is... Congratulations to Creator. Oh my god, Creator, the Korean Protoss player, did make it to the semis, so he was already in the money, but he will earn a little bit extra here. Congratulations, Creator. He does win the random raffle. Shout out to the runner-ups. Rebellion, he was right there. Unfortunately, didn't quite make it. There's ByuN and Solar, very Korean heavy, Jesus. Creator, Rebellion, ByuN, Solar, then Middle VK, and then Ragnar. But congratulations to Creator for walking away with a little bit of extra prize money this week. Congratulations. Big shout out to Creator. Of course, he was competing earlier in the tournament, but now we are jumping into the grand finals. Let's grand finales here, best of 5, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg. The Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Hold on, just quickly setting everything up. They were so quick with their vetoes. They were so fast. Just trying to set up their players, their player names. And here we go. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats. Coming into this tournament, ByuN, he is the heavy favorite. He has won so many Tuna Cups throughout the history of Sparkling Tuna. We'll see if Solar can keep up. We have some crazy builds. Wait, what is happening? Gas first against 2x Reaper. Okay, let's go. The reads out of Solar. So couple of things here. A couple of things are happening. ByuN, he's opening up 2x Reaper. This is a very aggressive opener. This is not all in. This is not all in, but it's very aggressive. It is designed to delay the third. It is designed to contain the Zerg player and to cripple them economically early on while you take a lead, while you settle into your own natural base and build up into a 2-on-1 follow-up, typically. But with the gas opener out of Solar, he already has 100 gas. And he's still mining. Is he Bane? He's Bane busting. He's still mining gas. That is very aggressive, very cheesy, very all in. Solar, and again ByuN, no SCV scout. No, the reads, 0 SCV scout out of ByuN. He has no idea what's going on, and he's gonna get caught with his pants down. Link speed is on the way. Gas is still being mined. This could be for a Roach Warren as well. True. Is it gonna be for Roaches or Banelings? I'm leaning more towards Banelings here. For now, the Reaper scouts the late expansion. ByuN, he now knows something is wrong. Something is wrong. Something is amiss. Goes into the main. He sees gas mining. He sees link speed. And now he knows. He has to get the hell out of here. ByuN, he pulls back. We need bunkers. As Solar, he has a lot of gas. ByuN, third CC? Third CC before fact. He's crazy. Oh my god. The hyper greed out of ByuN. I mean, it's a good call because there's no nest. Okay, there's a lot happening here. Couple of things. ByuN, he scouts, he confirms the gas, and I think he's like, where's the all-in? What is... He confirms a really crazy build. Hold on, I need to Google Translate. Solar, he has 150 gas in the bank, but he's not doing anything with it. There's no bust, which means ByuN, he will get away with a third CC. I need to Google Translate this, because this is crazy what's happened this game. Okay. Sola said, didn't you do this last time? And ByuN's like, what did I do? It's I don't know. I think they might be talking about food again. If there's anyone that can translate, I think that they've talked about what they're getting for dinner before when they compete in Sparkling Tuna Cup. Tuna Cup is a time to discuss dinner. It's like I think that's what they were discussing towards the end. But yeah, ByuN, he's looking good. Greedy follow-up. Sola doesn't punish. Sola, he has wasted gas income here. With that extra gas, early +1 carapace. Interesting. Early +1 carapace is ideal against a 2-on-1, but remember, this is not a 2-on-1. This is a 3cc 2-on-1. Carapace is going to be really fast, true. That will help. And the Overlord does confirm the timing, does confirm the third base. So Sola, he knows. Like, he's aware of how greedy ByuN has been. And ByuN, he will get away with it. ByuN has not seen the early Evo chamber, so ByuN has to be careful when it comes to his move out. If he overcommits, then Sola, he should have the tools to defend. Here we go. I guess Sola's the side favorite. I would say that ByuN is the favorite player here, just because of their history. Again, the last time they played in the finals of Tuna Cup was, I think, 2 weeks ago, and ByuN did 3-0. It was it was a very dominant performance. But I'm hoping for a back and forth for sure. Regardless of how this goes, I want to see a game 4 or a game 5. ByuN, he pokes in, +1 carapace is not ready for this actually. And ByuN goes to the queens, he gets one. One queen goes down, he's gonna get one, he's gonna get two, he might get all three. Yeah, there's not enough here. There's not enough here for Solar, he breaks through, ByuN overwhelms. That's the question why he's like, but where's my carapace? This shit, nah, GG gets called, and ByuN, he takes the lead in the series 1-0. GG. GG, well played. Solar's like, you're not meant to be attacking right now. What's going on? It's over. GG, well played. ByuN moves out a really quirky build here. Again, Solar, he got really early link speed, really early gas. He stayed in gas as well, didn't do anything with it. He tried to stabilize by going into fast +1 carapace, but carapace finished after the game ended. Like, after the game ended, that's when it finished. And with that, GG. GG, well played. ByuN, he was able to strike just before the upgrade kicked in, and with that, ByuN does claim the first game. Hold on, they're bantering. So he said pool first is trash. I'll never do it again. Let's go. ByuN's like, really? Oh god. Solar not happy with his build, but here we go. We're getting into this. Spawning into the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the lead in series 1-0. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And to be fair, Solar, he didn't say pool first was trash, he said gas pool is trash. So he was specifying the build that he had went for. The early gas into sporting pool. Aye, aye, aye. But again, he did stay in gas. Like, he stayed in gas for an excessive amount of time, and again, he couldn't really do anything with it either. So it's just a really shaky opener. There was potential if he had turned that into like a roach all in or something, but regardless, GG. GG, well played. CC first. ByuN, he opens up aggressively in game 1. Here in game 2, CC first into a later Rax. A very greedy build here, but it is safe to cut corners. It is safe to be greedy because where are we? Tokamak. We're on Tokamak. And remember, we had this whole discussion or speech about, in the previous series between ShoWTimE and Solar, about how Tokamak is known for longer, later games. It's known for being a larger map, more defensive, so you can be greedy, you can cut corners. Oh, CC first into a 2-Rax follow-up. Okay. Do we go for a 3rd Rax? Do we go for a 3rd Rax, or do we go for a 2-on-1? You have my attention. ByuN. He's let him cook. He's cooking. Okay. We got some builds. I can see a world where he goes for a 3rd and 4th Rax behind this and goes for a 4 Rax as a follow-up. Reactor first as well. 0 scouting. 0. The greed here is crazy. Just winding it back. CC first, no SCV scout. Double Rax, Reactor first, no Reaper. So no Reaper scout, no SCV scout. ByuN, this is the greediest build you can go. He has 0 units. Reactor into Tech Lab, 0 units here for ByuN. If this was a gas first, if Solar had gone for the same build 2 games in a row, Solar could have killed ByuN, by the way. ByuN has nothing. And Lings are now moving out, but ByuN, he gets away with it. He gets away with it. Insane greed here by ByuN, and he's turning this into a 2-1-1. 2-1-1. Again, no SCV scout, no Reaper scout. He's assuming that Solar is going for a standard build, and he assumes correctly. After what happened in game 1, just a standard build out of Solar, and ByuN takes the lead. ByuN, he takes the lead here. He's looking quite comfortable. And Solar, he has to bear in mind what's happening. Now, this is going to be a straight up 2-on-1 as well, it looks like. So Factory into Starport. Oh. That's not normal. It's a 2-on-1, no stim. He add-on swaps for Banshee. Okay. If you remember, during the Gressman era, this was what, 2 years ago, 3 years ago? Like 2022, 2023, there was a build that ByuN and Maru were very fond of, that they started and then everyone else kind of picked up for a while, was a 2-on-1 with Banshee with delayed medevacs. And the reason why this works is because Solar, with his scout, he saw the 2-on-1, so Solar, he should be skipping Spores because he's getting ready for Marines. He's getting ready for an early stim timing. But there is a stim timing coming. It's a delayed stim timing with instead early Cloak Banshee, and because of what Solar saw, he's not going to be ready. He should not be ready for Cloak Banshee because at this level of play, it's all about efficiency, it's all about cutting corners, it's all about being as efficient as possible, so there's no reason for Spores here against a 2-on-1. So this is where the 2-on-1 gets delayed, but the Banshee catches your opponent off guard and you can get a lot of economic damage. And again, this was very popular a couple of years ago. So it's been a while since I've seen this. It's been a while. The downside, of course, is that it does mean that your stim timing and your ByuN move out is late because your medevacs are late. You see ByuN, he's revealing his Marines to the Lings. So we have Lings in production and 0 Spores, no lair. Okay, we have 1 Spore on the way. In between the bases? Question mark? Ooh, okay. Yeah, this is a Spore in the main base. This is in position to deter drop play. This is not in position to defend the mineral line. So this Banshee is completely undetected. And again, there's no reason for the Zerg player to be ready for this. That's why this build can work quite well. So here we go. Here comes a Cloak Banshee. Remember, there's no lair. There is 1 Spore in the main, kind of. That does help. As the Banshee gets in. Yep, drones are going down. And that's going to be 1, 2, 3 drone kills. A little bit of missed target firing there, but there we go. We have a 4th drone. Remember, there's no Spore at the natural. There's no Evo chamber. Sorry, there's no Overseer, I should say. As there's no lair. We get up to 5, 6, 7 drone kills, getting up to 8 drone kills, getting up to 9 as well. Oh. Spore is now done here at the 3rd, thankfully, but there it is, 9th drone. And that is insane damage. For 1 Banshee, 9 drone kills. And ByuN's just chilling. Oh god, he's not done. Oh no. He's not done. He gets 10. Class transfuse. 10 drones go down, and the Banshee does survive, and here comes the actual push. It is delayed, but it hits that much harder because Solar's lost so many drones. behind this. I mean, with enough Link Queen, Solar he can defend. Yeah, with the high Queen count, he should be able to hold on. As one Queen does survive, Claws Transfuse. ByuN picks up. Better trades for ByuN. Yeah, very nice positioning here, very nice trades. The Queens are running out of Transfuse energy. They're running out of Transfuse. ByuN, he's tempted. He wants those Queens. He sims in. He wants them. Lings a punish. Ooh. Yeah, some miscontrol there by ByuN. ByuN, he gets too greedy. He will lose every single Marine. And Solar, he's back in this. Whew, okay, he's back in this again. Just too greedy there from ByuN. He got baited by the Queens. And Solar, what's he rushing into? Hive. What do we see? This looks like Ling Bane into Ultra. So it looks like Ling Bane Ultra out of Solar. ByuN, he's lost a lot of momentum. Lings, they keep ByuN busy. That base is getting very low. Oof, that does force a cancel. Nice pickoff. ByuN is pushing. But honestly, there's not really that many Marines here. Again, you can see just how much momentum ByuN lost. You can't be throwing away your Marines. Oh. As Lings, they come in for the surround. Nice target firing on the Banelings. As once again, we're late to pick up. A lot of bio goes down, and Solar, could we even just counterattack from here? Yeah, we can. Solar, he's going for it. Oh, thinks better of it. For now, he's taking it. He's taking up. Hive is done. Ultras are on the way. And that's going to be the big power spike for Solar. Because of how shaky the mid game has been for ByuN, he's not ready for this. Banelings ahead into the mineral line. ByuN does split nicely, but oh god, that's still going to be 13 SCV kills, and ByuN has been broken. Before we can even think about the Ultras, Lings, they do overwhelm. 25 SCV kills, that is critical damage. And again, that's all because ByuN lost those Marines earlier. If they were alive, then he could keep Solar busy. His actual tank move that would be that much more threatening. It all snowballs from there. It's all on a knife's edge. And ByuN shouldn't have an answer to the Ultras. You know, as we get into this, a big shout to Thriving GG. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. So we're here in the finals. We're in the grand finals of Sparkling Tuna Cup. Ooh, the CC is on fire. May burn down. Need those mules. Alright, just going up, forcing away a friendly fire. CC is getting very low. And Solar, he wants that command center. Oh, force to defend, force to react. The boys here just in time to repair. Ultras have been spotted. And again, ByuN, he's not set up for Ghost. He's not set up for it. Lings, they come in for another run by it. Ooh, they force for more friendly fire. Marines going down. And Solar, he needs a little bit more time. What are we waiting for? Waiting for Kindness Plating. Kindness Plating's on the way. 4 more Ultras. Getting up to 5. It's building up that Ultra count. There we go. Shout out to Melissa for the translation. There's a reason why I mentioned before that I was like, are they talking about food? Wordplay. ByuN is going to be dropping on the right-hand side. Solar, he's maxed out. He's got how many ultras? He has 5, soon to be... Just 5? Okay, he's got 5 ultras. He's got his Lingbane support. It is so crucial here that ByuN is active like this. Now, what is the big weakness of going Lingbane Ultra? Well, as you can see here, no anti-air. There's no anti-air, so you can just pick up and keep dropping. So ByuN, he can just keep on dropping. The Queens are the only real anti-air, and the Spores as well. But there's no Hydras, no Corruptors, no Mutas. As I say that, we have some Hydras in production, so we're working towards some anti-air. But until then, ByuN is buying time. He's buying time, and ByuN, he's establishing his own 4th base. Now, it is not a planetary, it is an orbital, so it's a bit of a weaker location. But ByuN is maxing out. Ooh, mine shots going up. Very nice mine connections. Mine shots are going up. Oof, they shut down the Bailings. The Ultras only remain. And ByuN holds. Wow, ByuN, he does hold on. He does defend at the same time. Drops across the map, getting into the mineral line. And Solar, his army's in production. His army is still morphing in. And he gets the base. He gets the expansion. ByuN, he defends well. He buys time. He breaks out. And that window, that power spike that we spoke about is come and gone. There's still no ghosts, true. Still no ghosts of the Ultras. They still have a potential. See Solar forcing friendly fire with those Overseers. Solar collapsing on those Marauders. See another drop on the right. They get nice multiple aggression here from ByuN. Sniping Ultra. Speaking of, he's going to get another Ultra. Another Ultra goes down. There weren't that many to begin with. Down to 2. 2 Ultras left. ByuN is holding. He maintains his 4th, now getting a 5th base. The 5th is going to be a little bit more exposed, so we could see Solar try to punish that. As he is switching into Lurker tech. Okay. Switching into Lurkers. This is where my one big criticism here for ByuN, as ByuN is soon to be maxing out and he's holding his own. Still no Academy. Still no Ghost Academy. And he's handling himself well against the Ultras at least. But once we get into Lurker tech, we will need those Ghosts. Of course, it depends on the amount of Lurkers. Leaves they hit the 5th. Lurkers are revealed. Liberators will help. Getting on some of the mines. Solar moving in. Does move in. He's got a couple of fungals ready. My Subaru. Liberators late to siege. Yeah, they're late to siege. We got some fungals, but the Ultras already dealt with, and ByuN holds. Does hold on. Oh, he's running to... Oh no, he's running into Lurkers. Yeah, no detection. Ay, ay, ay. He runs into the Lunkers. Things they once again hit the 5th. Ultras moving back in. ByuN is being denied mining. He's being denied. And ByuN is heavily reliant here on these Liberators. He's making 4 at a time. Liberators, they can be an answer to Lurkers, but oh god, oh, the Medivacs! Full Medivac goes down. And this might just be too much. This might just be too much. ByuN, he has no money. He's running out of steam. He's losing bases. That's going to be a CC burning down. And Solar can just max out and do that again. He can just rebuild, remax, do it all again. He has the economy to sustain this. ByuN does not. ByuN can force a fight within the liberation zones though. Okay. Attempts to harass. Vipers are out. They're getting ready for their abductions. And speaking of, does get 2. 2, 3, 4 Liberators get yoinked. 5th one goes down. No more Liberators, no more Liberation Zones. Again, that was the one chance that ByuN had, was trying to fight within range of his Liberators. But it's not happening. And Solar, he dives in. Does lunge in. And remember, this all came off of a crazy build out of ByuN. Which I was very appreciative of. But again, ByuN, he got baited, he got a year extended, he lost momentum early, and with that, he never quite got it back. He never got it back. 32 SCV kills. ByuN down to 32 workers. Again, he barely has an economy. He has an army to work with, and he can maybe take one good fight. But really, that's all he has in it. Is that one fight. Where it goes down. The lurker count is non-existent. Okay. Lurkers. Nice flying clouds. The Percival as well. And GG gets called again. ByuN's out of steam, and Solar ties up the series. We have a back and forth. GG, well played. We have that back and forth. Whew, and we're getting into game number 3. Again, ByuN, he had a very spicy build here in game number 2, and hey, it was working out quite nicely until he lost all of his Marines. I'm referring to the fight outside of the 4th base, if you recall, outside of the 4th base, where he tried to snipe all the queens. He got baited by them, he moved in, he got surrounded, he lost all of his Marines, he lost all of his bio, and from there he lost his map control, he lost his momentum, he lost his supply, and he never quite got it back. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into game number 3, and we'll see who takes the lead in the series. As a reminder, it's a best of 5 final, so we have plenty of games ahead of us, plenty more games to come. Up next, we're loading into torches. Let's go. Let's go. Live with a man counters ultras, no problem. Master Marauder 2. The problem with those compositions, as we were trying to emphasize, I do apologize if you missed it, is that they don't really scale too well into a longer game. That's also why it was important that Solo was taking into lurkers, and we saw him take some much better fights with his lurkers, is because there were no ghosts, right? There was no ghost setup. There was no further tech there from ByuN. He was kind of stuck with a more of a band-aid solution instead. So I do apologize if I didn't make that clear. But here we go, we're getting into game number 3, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing ShoWTimE Rebellion being forced into a back and forth. We'll see if he can bring back that momentum. It is ByuN for Shopify. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. We are going to be selling in. We do have an interesting opener here, interesting build out of Solar gasless. We're going gasless. Now, this is seen a little more frequently here on Torches. First things first, welcome one all to Torches. Torches is one of the more unorthodox maps in the map pool, and it is one of the maps where it is viable, more viable, to delay your gases. Typically, though, we would delay it even further. This was a hatch pool opener into a later gas geyser. Now, typically what this means and what this leads into is a faster third base. You mine through these patches and you decide to wall up this ramp. Again, as opposed to other maps, we have a ramp coming into the natural, and you have a potential quote-unquote pocket base as well that you can rush into. Because of that, you can delay Ling speed, defend with Ling Queen, and then get into roach play instead. We saw this a lot more frequently on maps like Radisson Station, in the previous map pool, on the map where you had a pocket natural base in your own main. I forget the name of the map, but there were definitely maps here where it was a little bit more viable to kind of get into this kind of play. El Dorado, true, that was another one. El Dorado, we often saw gasless openers. There's not that I'm thinking of. It was El Dorado and another one we had a pocket base last season. Where your pocket base was a gold, but was also exposed to your opponent. Ooh, we are skipping Ling speed. Yes, I would assume into roaches. We are going into 2-base muta. Really fast lair. Okay. So no Ling speed, insanely fast lair, second gas is on the way. This feels like 2-base muta, technically there's a weird build where you can go 2-base Swarm Host. Short Rush Distance by air, both would be viable here. For now, I'm leaning more towards Spire and Muta play. Crazy build out of Solar, we'll see if he gets away with it. He does get Link Speed. So late Link Speed out of Solar, he does invest though. Interesting. Does invest. Meanwhile, ByuN is going for a third CC before Starport. So economic build here by ByuN. And the scouting is being denied. This is another reason why this is viable here, is because, as you can see, there's no Reaper Cliff into the main. To get into the main base, you have to get into the natural, and you can see that the Queens and Lings are in position to make sure that doesn't happen. So ByuN, he has no scouting of the main base. And there it is, 2-base Muta. So 2-base Muta here. Once we saw the lair, that was, I mean, this was the most viable option here for Solar. And again, ByuN is in the dark. ByuN is in the dark, he has to piece together what's going on. Yes, figure out what's happening. Behind this, ooh, he is going into a Viking, into fast stim. Okay. From here, add-on swap, yep, no Banshee. So it's not 3cc Banshee, it's going to be 3cc Viking into a bio setup. And ByuN, he's playing blind. To be fair, if you remember, he also played blind last game. So this is a really good way to abuse the chances and the risks that ByuN often does take. Solar, he confirms that stim is being researched early. Remember, this is earlier stim than usual because typically we do invest into Banshees and Cloak. So this will help ByuN, as he will have a more biocentric army a little bit earlier. But the Spire is complete, and we don't have that much gas. Late third, true. Late third base, late third gases. We have 5 mutas on the way. We'll see what they can get done. This is a shaky build here. I was expecting Solar to open up these minerals and to take a faster third, but he never did. So just a really late third base for Solar. Oh, look, there's that. Mutas are revealed. Yeah, mutas are revealed. Somewhat of an earlier scout here for ByuN. Towers are being thrown down as we speak. We have a turret at the natural. We have a turret in the main base covering the production. Marines are rallying into the main as well. We have a third turret. And we'll see what the mutas can do. Remember, there's only 5. Yeah, only 5 mutas. They do get a Marine. They get 1. They get, oh, almost 2. They bait out a stim. Medevacs are still not in production. Okay, just now starting. Every stim is hurting. Every stim does hurt. And we'll see where this takes us. We're in a really kind of weird game state where Solar has map control, that is true, but there's a lot that he sacrificed for it. Like, he sacrificed his third. Like, his third base is very late. His saturation is very late. His Evo chambers are delayed. Like, there's a lot that you sacrifice going into mutas like this. We'll see what Solar can get done. It's not over, right? There's still potential for damage. He can still find Metamax and catch units. Speaking of, I guess an SCV. Ooh, the natural is exposed. Yeah, no turret in the mineral line. ByuN being greedy, cutting corners. Does cut corners. Marines are going down. They're getting 5, 6, ooh, 6 SCVs. A bit of a messy escape. Losing 2 meters. But it's keeping ByuN busy. And Solar, he's able to make up for his later expansion. 4th base now on the way. Solar still droning, still saturating. Getting to Lingbane Muta. And ByuN, he's a bit in an awkward place. Like, he can't go for drop play. Can't go for drops. As he moves out, mutas a punish. You know about the square? No. It was last season. It was a like brownish map. in. So far, ByuN's holding his own. Good. Now you're gonna be trying to check. Ay, ay, ay. It's all good. Solar, he is going to be maxing out. He's still maxing out nothing but mutas. We have the Hive on the way. Hive is on the way. And ByuN is stuck turtling, unfortunately. Like, he's just stuck turtling back at home. He cannot move out. If he moves out, he will die. Like, he will lose everything. So he's just stuck at home until he maxes out. Can he though? Can he max out? So far, nice setup. ByuN, he defends the center base. He's keeping up with the mutas. And ByuN should not push. If he pushes, he's going to be caught on creep and he will lose everything. Bearing in mind that Solar has a supply lead. ByuN has to be very careful with this. As he has to back up. Mine shots are going up, but they're not quite connecting. Ooh, oh my god, I spoke too soon. Very nice mine shot. Okay. A nice win there for ByuN. He needed it. He did need that, for sure. As soon as they rotate to the main. Animation damage. ByuN, is he paying out? Oh, not paying attention. Yeah, the splits are not there, but the mine shots are. Jesus. Yeah, the mine shots are still brutal. They make up for that. A very close trade. Bailey's are going for the mineral line. And they, oh my god, they do crazy army, they do crazy SCVs. 10 SCVs going down. As ByuN does hold, you can just see how open this area is. Very open. ByuN is holding, but Solar, he can max out. Can max out. Getting to 3-3-3 upgrades, Adrenal, Ultra production as well. He's getting there. No turrets. ByuN getting abused. He's got plenty of turrets in the main. Jesus. Again, ByuN's still stuck at home, still building up. Still building up, claiming another expansion, slowly taking the gold. Okay, we'll see if we can get there. See if we can get there as he does punish those mutas. Bailey's, they do crash it, they do get some decent connections. And ByuN, he does not split. A lot of Marines do go down. The worst trades out of Solar, going back in. Trying to deny mining. And ByuN is almost max. We spoke about this, right? ByuN, he's stuck at home until he can max out. And he's almost there. Once he does, then he can start pushing. As ideally, ByuN wants to wait for Solar to push into him, wait for Solar to take a bad fight, and then counterattack. But now, though, he's just fighting for his expansions. He's trying to get them up and running. Solar goes back in, takes down the turrets. As Lean Bane does class forward Ultras, they're pushing their way in as well. Again, there's no Ghost here. Ultras, they do take down most of the Bio, most of the Marines. And ByuN is struggling. ByuN, again, he was being denied mining the entire time. Did not get the gold. The CC went down. And Solar, he's just slowly suffocating ByuN. ByuN just cannot mine, he cannot saturate. He's stuck with a subpar army. Solar, he should eventually break ByuN. Aside from some crazy mine connections, true. Like, if the Widow Mines, if they can, like, land insanely well, then there's always a chance. Speaking of, mine just going up, they shut down some of the railings. Some, but not all. And Solar, he will just chase them down. Oh my god. Like, the mine jumps, they're putting in a lot of work. They're putting in a lot of work, but the base goes down. He'll lose the mineral line. GG gets called, and Solar, he will take a 2-1 lead in the series. And Solar, he's one game away from claiming the tournament. GG. GG, well played. Again, a very cheeky build here by Solar. Solar, he went 2 base muta. He went for a late gas, but he also skipped link speed, or he delayed link speed in favor of a faster lair on 2 bases. And we spoke about it specifically on this map. It is harder to scout because there's no Reaper Cliff into the main. So ByuN, he never got into the main base until the mutas revealed themselves to the Viking, of course. And once that happened, ByuN was stuck at home. He was stuck at home the entire game. He could not move out. He didn't move out, and we spoke about it. He wouldn't be able to move out until he maxed and took a good fight. Never happened. Never did happen. As ByuN was just stuck at home the entire game. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into our next game. We're going to be getting into Maganatha for game number 4. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing ShoWTimE Rebellion. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back. We'll see if we can force the ace match. It is ByuN for Shopify. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg player himself representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go as ByuN, he once again does revert back to 2-Rax Reaper. Let's go. Let's go. It is going to 2-Rax Reaper. We'll see what he does delve into from here. Oh, that's it. Also, sorry, I was just double checking the map that I was referring to previously. It was Dynasty. That's it. I was trying to think. It was the map pool during the off season of 2024. It was Dynasty. Oh, as this is not 2-Rax Reaper, we're going for 3-Rax Reaper. Let's go, buddy. Let's go. So with this, ByuN is going to double down. Is going to be hyper aggressive. We'll see if Solar can keep up. Up. Likewise, we have more queens on the way. Again, just a standard build here by Solar. Solar, he's aware of the Raxes. He's aware of the 2-Rax Reaper so far, but he might be tempted to expand, right? That's ByuN's hope. ByuN, his hope here is that Solar, he expands, that he responds a little bit too greedily. attempt to poke in. They attempt to unleash Solar. He's staying on 2 bases. He has not attempted to expand. We have Link Speed on the way. He pulls out of gas, so he's not going for a Bane Bust follow-up. And ByuN trying to force his way in, going for the Queens. Ooh, does overextend for a moment. Takes a lot of hits. Takes a lot of damage. Ooh, and he will lose a Reaper. Yeah, ByuN here overextends. Bit of miscontrol out of our Terran. And Link Speed is almost done. Link Speed is almost complete. Yeah, the Queens, they rotate. Solar, he's shutting this down. Gets another Reaper. Ay, ay, ay. And this is looking bleak here for ByuN. Bearing in mind that ByuN, he delayed his third. He delayed his natural, I should say, for this build, and also delayed his third base as it's his third on the way. Lings, they break out. ByuN is racing back home. Again, he cannot get add-ons here. He's trying to, but they can be denied. Speaking of Lings, they make it in. There's too many Reapers, though. Okay. Defends the add-ons. He defends the add-ons, and ByuN, he has some catching up to do. So again, he went for a third base before factory. He knows that he has to recover economically here. These Reapers, they didn't pay for themselves. Essentially, ByuN, he achieved as much damage as he would have with just 2 Rax Reaper. Unless he can force a cancel. Yeah, Lings, they're coming in for a surround. Queens, they zone the army away. And Lings, they will collapse in. Oh, a bit of a juke. Does overshoot. Solar, he overshoots. ByuN, he trades well. So up. There we go. The Jinx by ByuN, trading as best he can, as he will lose this army eventually. Oh, never mind. Gets away. Gets away. Very nice control. Again, punishing Solar. And behind this, ByuN is getting to his own 3 rack setup. Zone 3-1-1. Getting into double upgrades. And we'll see if ByuN can stabilize. Now, the downside of this build that he went for, this follow-up, I should say, is that he has a very late starport. It's a very late starport after the, I mean, he had to float the Raxes back home, but it's a very late starport, so late drop play is going to be available. This means that Solar has the opportunity to drone up faster and drone up even more. Solar, he did see the 3rd CC, so he knows. He's aware. He's aware of how late the factory is and how late the starport is. So he's droning, he's taking his gases. His lair is finishing up, and from here we'll see if he goes into Lingbane Hydro or Lingbane Ultra. See what he goes for. Meanwhile, a bit of a ByuN move out. He's pushing pre-stim. Doesn't get the Queen, but a very cheeky maneuver here. It's something that really only ByuN does on a consistent basis, is to push like this before medevacs, before stim, just to catch our opponent off guard. Just because Solar's been droning, but Solar, he holds his own. He deflects nicely. But yes, in the chat, King's Cove was a really popular map for castles, for sure. It was. That was a dark map pool. There were a lot of really large maps. Wait, that was the map pool afterwards. Or before. Jesus. Time blends together. As Benny sims in, where the Zerglings, by the way, Roaches are going down. Very nice trades here from ByuN, but there are too many reinforcements, and Solar, he does hold. Yeah, Roaches, they pop out just in time. Solar, he does deflect. I say deflects. He's committing to Roach Ravager. He never got plus on melee. Solar, he can soon push. And with this, Solar, his goal here is to just end the game. Just end the game before ByuN can stabilize. Remember, ByuN, he was pressured to try to rush into a 3rd base and try to rush into a 3-base economy. But here comes Solar. We'll see as he does the night mining. Behind this Solar, he's just droning up. Honestly, Solar, he could just turn this into an all-in and just rally across with a maxed out Roach Ravager army, but Solar's taking. He's taking up instead. He's playing it safe. Infestation Pit into Hive. With range upgrades, we're assuming we're working towards Lurkers, but we'll see if he gets into +2 range. Now Solar just trading. Trading with the Marines. There we go. Hive is on the way. Melee, not okay. Oh, never mind. If you saw for a second there, we had melee on the way. He now starts +2 carapace, cancels melee. But he has a setup to get into Lingbane. And Solar is going to be the first to max out. It is going to be a tough hold for ByuN. Solar's working towards Lingbane Roach Ravager. Remaining speed is on the way. Also bleeding out Marines. And as opposed to other more defensive maps like Tokamak or even Incorporeal at times, these bases here for ByuN are a lot more exposed. They're a lot more out in the open. And Solar even catching out Solar. Oh no, the Miles! Oh, Biles, they will barely not connect. Okay. Biles don't connect. ByuN gets away. And Solar, he needs a couple more seconds here. Once Bathing Speed kicks in, Solar, he can just send it. Solar needs a little bit more time. I mean, ByuN, there's so much pressure on him to just push in. Biles they connect, tanks are going down, and ByuN, he will lose his position. Unfortunately, he just doesn't really have a standing army to work with. It doesn't feel good, but the correct move would have just been to turtle. Just turtle on up. Even then, it wouldn't have been easy. But ByuN, he will lose all of his tanks, bleed out his bio. Solar, he is still taking, so we're taking now up into Hydras, into Lurkers. Just making sure he's ready for a longer game. I don't think Solar needs to, but he is. Just getting ready in case he needs it. Solar, he maintains map control. There's a world if ByuN can get on top of the Infestors, he can get on top of the Ravagers. Solar, he's not fighting with his entire army. It's a decent fungal. Solar still waiting for his Ling reinforcements. And we'll see if ByuN can stabilize. As we mentioned, like ByuN, he's set up quite nicely here at the third base. SimCity is lacking at the planetary. Oh. Solar's moving in. Dust with the base, forces a cancel on the 5th. But Solar, he hasn't really done much with his army here. He's been posturing a lot over the past couple of minutes. Gets into a mineral line. Because Solar's been spending so much money on tanking, like he's been slowing down his own production. And ByuN, he can trade. A bit of friendly fire with the Biles. Bases are going down. ByuN does lose a mineral line, but he will get some expansions. Losing that mineral line was brutal, though. ByuN, he can't afford that. Lings, they're baiting out some mine shots. ByuN pushing in towards Lurkers. Gets one, gets both. Very nice target firing. Takes down the Lurkers, and has Solar been taking too much? The army's left idle. Solar, he's panicking. Bases are going down. And ByuN, not bad. He's not stuck. As Solar moves out, ByuN moves in, and he's just pulling Solar apart. Taking down base after base, expansion after expansion. Again, Solar, he chose not to try to kill ByuN earlier. He chose to tech up into lurkers, and so far it's been a rocky road here. ByuN, he found an opening. Found an opening. Takes down more bases. Solar been having a hard time defending. ByuN gets his own economy back up and running. And ByuN, he's back in this. Like, okay, let's go. He's back in this game. Going into double starport, Jesus, triple starport production. Looks like he's headed towards Liberators. Okay, Liberator production has begun. ByuN maxing out. The lurkers are exposed. He gets one. And where's the Ling Bane? The Ling Bane isn't here. The Ling Bane is not here. He can stim on 40, breaks through the lurker line. And it looks like we're going to the ace match here. ByuN, he's so close. Oh my god. The army is heavily overstimmed. Oh my god. Army's overstimmed. Lurker shots going up. Solar, he's holding. He's holding on. Again, a very Marauder heavy composition here. He can tank some lurker shots. Oh, Nidus into the main. Nidus into the main base. Liberators are ready. Nidus is going to be shut down. ByuN can just keep focusing on this push. Just keep moving in. Lurkers trying to reposition. 2 more lurkers go down. 3 more lurkers go down. And Solar, he just doesn't really have much left to work with. Yeah, chat bringing up upgrades. Yes, I mean, the upgrades are lacking here for Solar. As we mentioned, like Solar, he had the potential to try to kill him early and go for an all-in, but he chose not to. He chose to expand. He chose to tech up into Hive and tech up into lurkers. It was in that moment where he was teching, where he was abused, where ByuN just popped off and killed 2 bases. Solar, he created that opening for ByuN, and ByuN, he went for it. He went for it. And Soul's just being outscaled at this point. It's being outscaled. Vipers are on the way, that will help. Marav just going down. Yo, there's the Ghost Academy on the way. It's quite late, but it's on the way. He's getting there. Getting to his ghosts. Solar again, he's lost most of his momentum, most of his edge. Going for another Nidus. This time there's an opening. Okay. Oh, never mind. ByuN notices. He does notice. Does react. Likewise going for the drop on the right hand side and taking down another expansion. Solar desperately just long distance mining, trying to get some kind of economy going. As opposed to how this matchup should be, the Terran has a bank. Like the Terran, he's maxed out and he has a massive bank to work with. Solar, he does not. So he cannot remax after a fight. ByuN can. And ByuN, he has a more efficient army. As he spreads nicely, he takes down another lurker. The Liberators, they pop up. Ghost production has begun. Oof. ByuN even does find some workers. 12 more drones going down. Oh no, the lurkers. Lurkers are exposed, they go down. And Soleil's getting desperate. He's just getting desperate here. He's going for one final push across the map. Trying to lunge forward. Lings, they get into the middle line. They're getting SCVs. They're getting a couple of SCVs. Despite the bank, Soleil, he could try to end it here and now. This is it. This is his moment. Takes down the middle line. Getting on top of the production. Catching out Ghost, catching out these 3 units. Lurkers, they zone away the main army. Okay. Solar, he's popping up. Got out. Ah, never mind. The Ghosts have arrived. He breaks out the Lurker contain. Brutal mine shots are going off. Solar, he fought to his last. As that's all that he really had in him. Gets more SCVs though, okay. Takes down more SCVs, takes down more workers. ByuN, his economy, not what it should be, losing 27 SCVs. We're getting messy. We're getting scrappy. God, the Solar, he still needs mining though. He just wants a base. He just wants an economy. He has more drones, but they're not mining efficiently at all. Bear that in mind. The higher drone count doesn't mean much here if Solar can't mine. Meanwhile, ByuN is calming down. He's calming down. He's taking a more defensive stance. Nice catch with the Liberators. He gets one. Gets one Liberator. Does hit the northern base. Getting another. Oof. Snipes are popping up. Catching up some Hydras. But that's going to be another mineral line. 23 SCVs. Okay. 23 more SCV kills. Gets another mineral line and potentially a CC. Likewise, fighting within range of the Lurkers. They're more exposed. 3 Lurkers going down. Better traits for ByuN. When it comes to the main army fights, I have to give it to ByuN, but we've seen him a couple of times caught out of position, and he's been losing these fringe bases. ByuN, he also needs a base. And now ByuN has no bank. That bank that he once had is not there anymore. This can still go either way. Can still go either way, Pat. Solar, he has a fresh base. He has a fully fresh base here. That's what's important. Solar, he has mining. ByuN, less so. Floating over CC into the center. Floating over. Still denying mining in the center. He's trying to. Oh. Now, unfortunately, again, because we're so strapped for cash, Solar, he's never, I mean, I don't see him really finding the time to like really invest into any further upgrades to get into 3-3 and catch up. How many Vipers does he have? 2. 2 Vipers, 9 Lurkers. He's moving into the center. He's hoping to at least get the mineral line. That's what matters. Speaking of SCVs, oh, they rally into the Lurkers. SCVs are going down. Zones away the main army. That's going to be 13 workers, and that's all the Solar needs. And they backs up. Okay. Comes in, kills workers, retreats. So smart moves here from Solar. What matters is the economy. It's applicable to both players. You can see Solar, he's expecting a counterattack at his fresh mining base. He sees the double drop, he knows. Solar being more proactive. Trying to catch ByuN out. ByuN responds. Solar taking bottom left. Big moves from Solar. Oh. Snipes on the Hydras. Liberator goes down. Solar going for the surround, at least trying to. It shouldn't really work out too well. Yeah, he's diving off of creep. But he's still going for it. Yeah, he gets punished. He bleeds out a lot of Ling Bane. This is not it for Solar. But he does get into the middle line. Okay, he gets in. And Bailey's gonna crash on forward. SCVs are going down. Army is heavily overstimmed, and the medevacs are out of energy. Jesus. So when it came to trading with the army, it was worse for Solar, but got the mineral line. Got 9 SCVs. We still got 9 SCVs, and the army is heavily overstimmed. So a bit of a give and take. ByuN muling as much as he can. Solar moving in once again. Getting on top of the mineral lane. Takes down some of the ghosts. Yeah, a couple of ghosts go down. Oh, but where's the Ling Bane? Yeah, where's the Ling Bane? Ghosts are moving in, and GG gets called as Solar. He barely breaks through. Very close fight here in Solar. He will force the GG, and Solar will claim the series 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Solar. He will claim the series. Very close, very back and forth, very intense, papi. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Solar. A very intense final game here. Honestly, could have easily gone to the ace match. Both players had their moments. We saw, if you recall, you're harping on Solar having the advantage in the mid game and choosing to slow things down and tech up. Because he slowed things down, it allowed ByuN to recover. I mean, I say it allowed him to recover. ByuN saw the opportunity to go for drop play, and he was sniping bases, sniping mineral lines. He was being very, very active across the map, and he was able to claw his way back into it. Solar, he was looking down and out, especially against a much more efficient army from ByuN. ByuN was denying bases, but at the same time, so was Solar. That's what it came down to. The fact that both players were starving for cash, starving for money. And towards the end there, ByuN, he did tap out. He did run out of steam. Solar as well was also running out of steam. Very close. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. As Solar, he will claim it. And ByuN, he'll be dethroned. ByuN, I think at this point, ByuN has the most Sparkling Tuna Cup wins out there. I think he has the most wins out of all players. But so he's typically favored coming into this. But Solar, he pops off. Solar, he does pop off. GG, well played. Hold on, I just want to confirm. Sparkling Tuna Cup, ByuN, he has how many wins? He has 18. Yes, he has the most. Out of all players, he has 18 wins under his belt. 18 wins in Sparkling Tuna Cup. But Solar does bring him down. Congratulations to Solar, winning his second Tuna Cup. Winning his second cup. The second Dong one. GG, well played. Congratulations. Whew, very, very intense finals here. Doesn't quite go all the way to the ace match. I was hoping that we could go all the way, that we could go the distance. Regardless, congratulations, and I hope you all enjoyed. Yourselves as well. If you did enjoy the tournament, if you want to support the Sparkling Tuna Cup, you can do so a couple different ways. But of course, the biggest way here is via Patreon. Oh, also, is this not updated? This went to the ace match. Sorry, I'll update the bracket here. Bam. There we go. So when it comes to this event, as you can see, you can actually see the Patreon goal just under the bracket on the right-hand side. Bottom right hand side of the screen, you can see that currently we earn 472 USD a month out of the goal of 500, and 100% of that money goes towards the players. It all goes towards the players. It all goes towards specifically the prize pool of our tournaments. So Un momento. As exclamation mark Patreon in the chat if you want to help support us. Bam. As you can see here, these are tournaments, the tournaments that we host on a regular basis. On my right hand side, we have Sea Duckling Open, Sparkling Tuna Cup, and Master Swan Open. We run 3 tournaments on a regular basis. Sea Duckling Open and Master Swan Open, those are monthly tournaments, and Sparkling Tuna Cup is a weekly open tournament, open to all. The other 2 are restricted by MMR for more amateur players and up-and-coming players. But again, all 3 of those events are funded via Patreon, so if you want to support us, if you want to support those tournaments, you can do so via Patreon as well. The current next goal is to boost the prize pool of Sparkling Tuna Cup even further, and I believe the next goal after that is to start paying casters and start paying admins. That's the next goal after the current one. So one day, well, we'll get there. So thank you so much for all the support that we've gotten from our patrons. Thank you so much. Of course, we do hand out replay packs to our Patreons and to our Twitch subscribers as well, so there are benefits that you do gain. Likewise, we also have the scrolling Patreon list during our end screen and start screen and break screen as well. So if you want to support us, you can do so there. Otherwise, even just watching is support as well. So thank you so much for all the support. Again, we've been running Sparkling Tuna Cup for many years at this point, for 103 editions, and here's to another 103. True. Here's to getting up to 200, baby. 200. Ay. So again, we're running Tuna Cup for a very long time. Just very quickly here, just because we have a lot of people, there is a story behind our tournaments. One, I mean, as you can see, we're very fond of using aquatic creatures as mascots for our tournaments. We have our duckling, the swan, we have the tuna. We also have another tournament that is on hiatus, which is the platypus. We have the Grand Platypus Open, which used to be our weekly Oceanic tournament. It was region locked to players from Oceania and Southeast Asia. But over the years, the scene has shrunk to the point where it's not really viable to run those tournaments anymore. We used to run them on a regular basis, not anymore. But we did have some lovely platypus emotes and platypus mascot that we used to use. Nowadays, again, that's kind of on the back burner. Maybe we bring it back one day. For now, we have the tuna, the duck, and the swan. And if you're curious, I'm sure many of you are already aware, but there's a story behind the tuna itself. This was originally the replacement of Alima League. If you remember, Alima League was a weekly Korean tournament. Weekly Korean tournaments back in the day, they used to run on a regular basis, also funded via Patreon, and eventually it stopped. Eventually it died out, and Sparkling Tuna Cup was meant to take its place in a way, to kind of fill that role of Alima League. And as a reference to that, the tuna is a reference to ByuN. ByuN, he's the tuna Terran. He's Dongwon, of course. Dongwon is his name, and is a brand of canned tuna in Korea. That's why his nickname is the Tuna Terran. Este Dongwon, baby. So that's why we decided to make the mascot a tuna. And Sparkling Tuna Cup, the 3 letters there, the initials of that, STC, is a reference to the STC, who's a Korean Terran player. So again, the name itself, the mascot, all reference to the Korean scene in one way or another, in reference to Alima League, who also, of course, was run by Oli, did have its roots in Axiom Esports, which also has its roots with the STC and with ByuN as well. So it all kind of ties together with Axiom, with Oli, with ByuN, with the STC, with everyone involved. Of course, we have our roots tied with Axiom when it comes to Crank. That's why we're the CranKy Ducklings, because of Crank J1 Choi, who was the captain of Axiom back in the day. So it all ties together. But yeah, that's how we got around to eventually Sparkling Tuna Cup. Beautiful. All the references, baby, all the references. But yeah, with that, thank you so much for the support. Thanks so much for watching, and shout out to all the players as well. We had some amazing matches here. If you missed out, I highly recommend the VODs. Check out the semifinals. Solo versus ShoWTimE was a banger as well. ByuN versus Creator, and of course all the other competitors here. So GG, well played. Again, if you want to check out the VODs, exclamation mark YouTube in the chat. We do upload to YouTube on a daily basis, and we co-stream. We stream on Twitch and we stream on YouTube. Twitch, they no longer support VODs, unfortunately, so VODs, they eventually get deleted on Twitch, which is why we stream on YouTube at the same time. And VODs, they're all there. They're all on YouTube, so you can watch it there. So if you see something that we cast that you want to watch live, and if you can't watch it live, then hey, you can check out the VODs. Check out the VODs. Very quickly, when it comes to our weekly schedule, bam, you can see here, this week it was a little bit of a leaner week, so I do apologize for that. Typically, we're live once a day, at least. Once a day, every single day. Typically, even twice a day, which we had a decent amount of coverage this week, but we had Wednesday off. not of my own volition. I was unwell. I was a little bit sick unfortunately this week, so I wasn't in condition to cast. But next week we have a very busy week. So quickly going over our schedule with our Google Calendar. Tomorrow we're going to be live in 10 hours. We're going to be live in 10 hours time with what? With StarCraft Evolution. I do apologize for the SE Evo fans in the chat. We used to cast a lot more StarCraft Evolution, but we've just been so busy with Homestory Cup and EWC and RSL and Euthermal's 2v2 circuit. Like, we've been so busy with everything else, we just haven't had the time to cover much StarCraft Evolution. It's a mod in StarCraft that pits SE2 and Brood War against each other. It's a really fun mod, and a lot of players are now dedicating a little bit more time to it because we're in the off season of EWC. So a lot of players are dedicating more time, and we haven't been able to cover any of the championship yet. The championship began like 2 weeks ago. It is kind of like the big event for StarCraft Evolution, but we are going to be casting SC Evo in 10 hours, and we're going to be covering the entirety of the round of 16 group stage. So we're going to be featuring players like Tasia, like Classic, like Spirits, like ByuN, like Creator, like Shin, and many others. It's very Korean heavy. In the round of 16. If you haven't been watching as of late over the past 2 months, you might think I misspoke. Like Tasia, what? Yeah, Tasia, he's playing again. He started competing like almost 2 months ago, and we have been covering him, we've been casting him. But Tasia, he's back only in StarCraft Evolution. He is not back in StarCraft 2. Like, he's not competing in StarCraft 2 tournaments. He is competing in SE Evo tournaments. So it's been a lot of fun to see Tasia competing again. ByuN, the SCC, he's back. He's also competing. We just made reference to him, but he's also back as well, and many others. So it's been fun to cover it, and again, that's going to be in 10 hours. If you are less interested in SE Evo, more in SE2, we're going to be live in less than 24 hours with the Wardy TV Monday. So we have Wardy TV Monday and SE Evo tomorrow. We have SE Evo on Tuesday and OSC King of the Hill. We have Pegasus Cup on Wednesday. We have SE Evo on Thursday and Friday, and the Pondcast and Lil League Cup. Again, we're live twice a day, every day this week. Like, this upcoming week, we're going to be very busy. Twice a day, every single day. We cast more StarCraft than any other channel out there, more than Wardy, more than Steadfast, more than anyone else. We have the quantity, and we have a little bit of the quality as well. We do what we can. We do our part. We do what we can. When it comes to other big events around the corner, RSL, the Revival StarCraft League Season 2, it's right around the corner. That's also going to begin soon. And we have Maestros of the Game, which is the big French offline tournament that's happening as well. So there's also Homestory Cup at the end of the year, and there is also S2 Safe House, the StarCraft 2 Safe House, which is like the Homestory Cup of NA. That's also, I think, in October, right? It's also like next month as well. There's just a lot happening. there's a lot of, and there's also SC Evo. There's a lot of StarCraft. There's more StarCraft that we can cast, right? Like, there's even if we did cast twice a day every day like we usually do, there's still even more StarCraft to cover. There's just so much StarCraft going on. As always, we do our best to keep up. I will say that because we're in the off season and because there are other things happening IRL at the moment, after this next week, I do want to slow things down to like casting once a day instead. Like, one cast a day sort of thing is kind of what I want to slow down to for a little bit. Just for a little bit though, just for a little bit during the off season, for like September, October sort of period in StarCraft. So just as a heads up, if you see things slowing down a little bit, that's going to be intentional moving forward, coming into like September, October kind of like era of StarCraft. We'll see though, we'll see. Like, I always say that it's going to be like a leader month, and it never is, but I do want to try to rest a little bit post EWC. Want to try. Yeah. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thank you for the support. So I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. The Destination Turtle Tussle is also on hiatus. True. Yes, I almost forgot. We have the Turtle Tussle. That's on hiatus for only a little bit, though. I think currently we are planning to bring back the Turtle Tussle in October. That's my unofficial announcement. I think it's like around October. It'll be coming back. We're gonna get there. The SEC was the first Terran I saw fake a drop. Let's go. Let's go. Beautiful to hear. 4 games late. He finally gets a cursing enemy. True. But with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for support. With that, we're going to be heading off for the time being. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Let's have a look here. Who is live? I know that Wardy, he's hosting his Summer Championship. I know he's organizing that. What else is going on at the moment? Steadfast, he's covering... I think he's covering SC Evo replays. Oh, we could just raid Enki. True, true. Yeah, we'll give Enki some love, man. We'll give him some love. For those who don't know, Enki, he is one of the Ducklings, but he is a Spanish Duckling. El Hermoso, papi, El Hermoso. He's a Spanish caster. So give him some love. Give him some love, even if it isn't your native language. He's a great guy. Does a lot of work. He is the Spanish caster out there as well. He casts everything in Spanish. Very hard work ethic. So yeah, I'm sure you can enjoy some SC Evo. True. You can enjoy it, papi. You can enjoy it. Check him out, give him some love. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time. See you tomorrow for some StarCraft Evolution League Championship content. See you tomorrow.